Hey everyone, this is the intro video for how to create a base defense game in Unity. So as you can see, we have a base defense game here in which the enemies will spawn. Whenever you hit play, you will see that the enemies spawn from one side and they end up on the other side. You can create towers to attack them, and these towers will automatically attack. We have the ice tower, we have the cannonball tower, the arrow tower. The base also attacks, so this is a base defense type of game. You can see that the health is going lower because the enemies are attacking my base, and also you can upgrade your towers by clicking on them, and that is all very good. And the enemy animations will be done in such a way that they will govern the way the enemies attack the thing. So it's gonna be a really interesting tutorial with navigation, automatic generation. We're gonna have tower creation, and we're gonna have a game world that's gonna be set up real quick, real easy, and this is all coming from free assets on the asset store. We're gonna also be exploring the asset store. We're gonna be checking out assets on this great marketplace that Unity allows us to have. We will set up this game world. We will learn how to make a skybox. You can see that the skybox is not the usual skybox that Unity gives us. We will set up this, look at this beautiful world. Small level, we will set up a level controller that will allow you to create your levels very easily just by placing objects in the world and assigning some numbers on an editor window. And the other thing that we'll also set up is the enemy manager that will control your enemies. The level manager, we will actually not need a game manager or a tower manager, but you know, it's always good to have them just in case. We will also set up a UI that will show you the health of your base, because it's a base defense game. You want your base to be healthy. And you also have a tower placement menu, as you saw when I was demoing, and we also have an upgrade menu for our towers. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun, guys. I hope you guys join me in this tutorial series which is called How to Create a Base Defense Game in Unity. I am Ramon Lopez. I actually have my own game dev company. We're just starting out, of course. We're called Natural Power Games. I have worked with Robot Sea Monster Games, Hyperbridge, Fast Microservices. I have worked in Indonesia, Venezuela, Mexico, the United States, and now Argentina. So I hope you guys join me. If you guys have any questions now or after you finish the tutorial series, please don't be afraid, ask me. I'm a very friendly guy and I love interacting with my viewers. So yeah, we'll see you guys in this tutorial series. Alright everyone, welcome to this video. This is intro for session 1. Session 1 is going to be, I'm just going to give a short description about what session 1 is going to be about, and then we're going to do actual session 1. So session 1 is going to be about definitions and installations. During these sessions, we'll be installing Unity, making sure that we're on the same boat about what game we're going to be making. So session 1.1 is going to be just installing Visual Studio and Unity. I'm going to go to the websites, installing them, and then creating the actual Unity project so that we can look at it instead of looking at just drawing, so we can switch back and forth. Then session 1.2 is going to be defining the base defense games. We're going to be checking examples about them. We're going to be talking about how the way they work, the way the logic works, because we're going to be making a base defense game, of course. And then in session 1.3, we will talk about, in relation to those games, the game that we are going to be making, which is very, very important, so that we're all well informed about our objectives in this project, of course. These sessions should not take more than an hour and a half or 2 hours. If you already know exactly what's going to happen, which I don't think you should, because this is new, then you can just wait or skip them. But I would recommend that you watch them, just so that you are on the same page. You can check out 1.2 if you already have Unity installed, and 1.3 if you already know base defense games very well, so that you know what you're getting for your time. It's very important that your time is very well used. I just want to teach. I don't want to disappoint anyone with my objectives in each tutorial series. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I'll be back in 1 second, and I'll continue with session 1.1, installing Unity and Visual Studio. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 1.1. We're going to be installing Unity and Visual Studio and creating the Unity project. So basically, let's go to unity3d.com together, and in here you can install many things. And I would recommend that you go to Get Unity on the top right. You can see all their offers on this window, on this page, but we are going to focus, of course, on Get Unity. So Get Unity has 3 parts. So you can be a hobbyist, plus, teams and freelancers pro, or beginners personal. Of course, we want to go personal because we're just learning about Unity. Then it's gonna prompt you to accept the terms over here, and by the end you can download the installer or download Unity Hub. So we're gonna be seeing that I have Unity Hub, so we'll download Unity Hub. We click on download Unity Hub, and it's gonna take a little bit. But the whole point about Unity Hub is that it will install all the versions for you. You don't have to be updating every single time. So that's it. I think that's an important ability, quote unquote, to have. So we click, we will agree, we will allow the installation folder to be whatever we want it to be, and then we'll click install. Of course, I have the basic setup over here, just program files, Unity Hub. So I'm gonna cancel this because I already have Unity Hub installed, and I'll check it out. I'm gonna open Unity Hub over here. Unity Hub is a new software, so it may have some bugs. So in Unity Hub, we go to install. So we see that I have 2 versions of Unity installed. You can click on here, you can add components or uninstall each version depending on what you need to do. So in order to install the latest Unity version, you go to official releases over here, and you will see that it says 2018.2.13 F1. That is the most current version. I could hit download. If I hit download, it will download the version and install it immediately, and you can use it almost right away, but of course it takes time, so we're not going to be doing that right now, but that is what we could be doing to install our Unity. I recommend this Unity Hub greatly because it will help you a lot with compatibility, with upgrading, with updating different parts of your Unity experience. I will go through, I think if I click on this, let me check, yeah, it will ask you which components of Unity you want to install. So I'm gonna go down here, you have to click on the editor, of course, then Android build support, iOS build support, whatever build support you may need. I do always do Android and usually iOS, not this time. Well, I'm not gonna install this, so maybe when I do install it. Then Vuforia, which is for AR, then WebGL. And then we have the language packs if you need to do Korean or Japanese or Chinese. These 3, you can download them. And then you hit done and it will start downloading your packages as required. I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to go to, that is the way you install Unity. And here you can create new projects, you can open projects, all this stuff. It's a great experience. So I'm going to open a new tab. Well, not really. I'm just going to do it here. I'm going to do Visual Studio. .microsoft.com. I'm gonna click, and in here in Visual Studio you can check out different sort of installations, but on the left side is what you need to understand that is what you basically want to download. So we have Visual Studio Code, which you can download for Windows, or Visual Studio IDE, which has 3 options. So I recommend getting the IDE, so I'm gonna go to Community 2017. It will take a little bit to move me to the page, then it will download. If your download doesn't begin, just click this regular old download page. Whenever you open this, you run it, and it will install some minor files that it needs for the, of course, installer. I'm gonna wait a little bit, and after it's done loading this, it's still loading, but after it's done, it will show us a window that I have because I already have the application installed, and you will see it after you have everything installed. But in this case, I can go to modify here, and this is the window that you will actually see when you are installing for the first time. So it's important that I show you this. Let me wait a little bit. There you go. So this page here, the install page, we have you can choose many things. So the first thing, don't choose this unless you don't want the latest version of Unity. This has the stable, I guess not stable, but the 2018.1 version, which is not what we want. We want the latest one just to have everything cutting edge, bleeding edge. And then we have .NET desktop development, universal Windows platform, all these things that you may or may not need. I would recommend that you always get .NET Core cross-platform development, .NET desktop development, and UWP. This is just so you have the C# libraries that you may need in the future. I think you need those for later. So here you can also pick them up here, but if you don't know much about it, which I actually don't know enough about the runtimes and all that stuff, I just have them work automatically over here. So then individual components we have to drag down all the way to games and graphics. As I mentioned before, this has the Unity 2018.1 version, and as you can see here, you'll see that the official release is 0.2.13, which is way far. So we only need to click on Visual Studio Tools for Unity. This will install an extension that is natively supported by Unity. So this is a communication between Microsoft and the people at Unity to create a way for Visual Studio to communicate effectively with the IDE, with the editor, the Unity editor. So that's all you need. Then we just install while downloading, and you click here. It's gonna say install, not modify, of course, and you are good to go. You will have your Visual Studio installed, your Unity installed, and then you can open your hub. You can go on My Machine, and then you can see your installations over here. I have two of them because I have some projects which are older, and it all depends on whoever is the head of each project. In my case, my head of this project, this guy wants it to be 2018.2.2, so we stay there. But for my personal projects, I just keep going forward with this small versions of increment versions, just to test them, to have the latest thing. I do like having my latest. I like risking. I live a life full of risk. So whatever. I'm gonna click on new, because we're gonna set up the new project, and I'm gonna call it Base Defense Tutorials. Tutorials. Then we say we can choose the Unity version. Of course, you have two, so I can choose whatever. I'm gonna choose the latest. I'm gonna locate it as C Unity Games, which is fine. Template 3D. Yes, I'm gonna make this a 3D game. I have my organization Natural Power Games here, but I'm not gonna enable Unity Analytics. I don't need it. You can add asset packages if you need them, but I don't. Or rather, if I do, I want us to all choose them, all see them together. Now I'm gonna go create project. Wait a little bit. Unity is gonna be processing all their assets. It's gonna be checking out all their stuff, and this always takes a little bit, even if you didn't choose many assets, because the Unity has to. They have templates that they have to solve. They have workloads. They have the editor has to analyze. Well, it's 3D, so I'm gonna add the 3D physics. I need the UI. I need the events. All these things. There's minor things that, of course, we don't know much about, but Unity resolves them for us, so we don't really need to work on those. That's the advantage of having one of these types of editors as our base IDEs. So Unity also adds a lot of stuff that you may not use. You might not use these things, but when you build, Unity disables them or just doesn't build with them, which is just fine. It is exactly what we need. Okay, we'll wait a little bit until Unity is done, and there we are. That is our project. We have nothing in our scene right now. You can see that is a nude, naked scene. The first thing that I always do whenever I set up a new project is I go to the scene folder. I rename this to main or test, depending on what my aim is. But since this is going to be my main scene, main is completely fine. And you also usually should create some folders. So I'm gonna create a scripts folder. I'm gonna be creating a resources folder for my prefabs and such. And inside resources, I will create the prefabs folder. I will create the art folder in case we have any art but I doubt it because we're just gonna download stuff from the asset store. And what else? I think that is it basically. We don't need to do much more, at least for now. So good. So that is it for sessions 1.1. We installed a small recap. We installed Visual Studio and Unity through Unity Hub, and we set up a new Unity project that will be our awesome base defense project. So now for session 1.2, we'll be defining base defense games and then checking some examples. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be back very soon with session 1.2, definition of base defense games and checking examples. Be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 1.2. We're going to be defining base defense games. We're going to be checking some examples. So the first thing that I did before was create this small mock-up of what a base defense game is. So basically a base defense is a game where you have enemies coming from one end. They could come from more than one end, but you know, we're still gonna suppose the simplest way for enemies to come here into our game map. Then the enemies follow a set path to the base of the player. So whenever the enemy reaches the player's base, they start attacking this base until the base is destroyed, or the player can stop the enemy from destroying the base. Usually enemies come in waves, but this is not completely necessary. It's not like a staple. This is a staple, but you can vary your staples. So in these games, the user interface usually has health over here for the base, the player's base, and it has an amount of waves, number, or score on this part. And then we have the base. This is our player's base over here. And of course, usually the base doesn't attack, but if we're gonna be talking about a game with base defense, the base usually can also defend back, or the player has skills. If the player has skills, they usually are small buttons like this on the right side or left side of the bottom part of the screen, and they have cooldowns that are reflected in some sort of clock manner that refreshes, and when the refreshment's over, the player can use the power again. So yeah, that is basically a base defense game, the way it works. So I'm gonna be checking out some examples now. For examples, I'm gonna cancel this. For examples, we have, I'm gonna be talking about one of the most famous defense games ever, which is of course Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. So they are mobile games that were released recently by Supercell, and by recently I mean less than 10 years prior to today, 2018. So let's say after 2008. We have the base defense, where this is a multiplayer game, so you got units coming from all sides depending on what your enemy player decides to spawn their units, and they start destroying everything by attacking. And your base can also defend itself with cannons, with magic, with different types of items that will help against your enemy's advances. And it all depends on the way you set up your towers, whether you will be successful or not in your defense. So this is a base defense game that breaks the mold a little, because it doesn't have the wave structure and it doesn't have the pathing structure. You can do wherever, and your units will, as you can see, these little guys over here can come over here. This is not a fight scene, but still these guys would destroy that and come on this way toward the center of the player's base or something. I'm not sure what this is. Well, I think the base is here, so they will go up here instead of in here, which is fine. And then they will destroy everything else just for destruction's sake, basically. And then we have this is a great example because it shows us the way that we can be breaking the mold in these types of games. So I'm gonna be checking another one out. Of course, we're gonna be still talk about the Clash series by Supercell, and this is Clash Royale. So in Clash Royale, we have two bases, multiplayer. This is synchronized multiplayer. I'm just gonna make this a little smaller, maybe not. Okay, it doesn't want to go smaller. So we're just gonna use it like this, I guess. So in Clash Royale, we can see that we have two bases. The enemy base is up top, and the player's base is on the bottom. Blue color and red color, and you decide the way that your units spawn, the timings. Well, they will always go up or down depending on who is the owner of the unit, and that unit will be destroying the enemy's base, well, as much as they can, and the base defense itself also has units to defend it. So this would be also cataloged as a base defense game, since it's a tower. It has towers, it has units, and has enemies that attack a base that can defend itself. And also in this case, they added player abilities alongside units, so it's a very complex type of base defense game. I'm very glad that this game exists because it opened some doors for synchronous multiplayer in mobile, which was not the case always. Synchronous multiplayer in mobile is always a thing that is hard to implement, since you need both phones to have good connection. The way they did it, it worked, and I'm glad that is the case. So the next thing that I want to check is some tower defense games where the base doesn't defend itself, and which makes them just TDs, completely 100% TDs, and then we're gonna be checking another one. So this is Kingdom's Rush, I think it's, I don't remember. So Kingdom Rush is a typical tower defense game where you have towers placed on different spots that the game tells you to place them on. You cannot choose, which is an interesting point about TDs. And also, I mean, some base defense games do this because it's convenient for the developer to bounce around, but it's very, very specific set positions. So we'll be checking that out later. So in this setup, as you can see, the enemies come from this side and they want to arrive to this side. So this is the enemy pathing. They have to do from this waypoint to this waypoint to this, and then this, and then that, and then continue on. You can also set units. You can use some spells. As you can see here, we can see some meteorites falling. The user interface is very minimalistic, and this is a phone game that was also ported or created or released on PC. So we have some variety of gameplay here, but it's all focused on towers, and then they added some units, and then they added heroes. So where's the difference between hero defense, base defense, and TDs? Well, it's not on the hero, it's more on the interaction between the hero and the units. If the units attack the hero and there's a base over here, then it is a base defense, hero defense game, but this has lives. So if these units just touch this place over here, the lives go down. That makes it more a tower defense game, but the line is quite blurry, honestly. But the base defense is not there. Even if it's a hero defense, it will not be a base defense because there's no base. There's no headquarters for the player to save, basically. So let's continue on with another example. I'm gonna paste another screenshot that is very good. So this game is called Knights on Rush, and you will see that in this game, of course, this is a fake screenshot just created for the sake of marketing, but the way that it works is that you have a base and these units from the left, which could be a real player or just a AI player. It will keep sending units. And this, I don't know what this is. I hadn't seen this one, but yeah, this is the base, and the base has a health amount, and these units attack the base a certain amount of times per second, each unit, and such this you will see that this is draining. As soon as it reaches the bottom of the health amount, the player will lose the game completely. So the whole goal is to defend the base. This is a base defense without towers. I think this base defense game is all about units, but it also is classified as a base defense game. As we can see here, we can see the enemy's base, so it's like a multiplayer base defense game, I guess. This is the enemy's health, no, this is your base health. This is the enemy, I mean the units. These units that are blue are my units, and the red units are the enemy units. As soon as, oh no, the blue is me. So over here you can see that I'm losing the game basically. I mean the player is losing the game, and you see that the player, the castle, the base has cannons, and these cannons can definitely shoot at the enemy units. You have a time that you probably have to defeat the enemy in. So this is a very good example of a base defense game centered around units. It all depends on what you want to do with your game, whether you want to do units, towers, heroes, player abilities, or a combination of those elements. So it's all very important to know that the setup is what matters in all these games. If you want to make a game fun, you have to make sure that your game has a fun concept, because the key point in these games is definitely how much fun your player can have. So we're gonna check out one more tower defense game. This is another very famous game. This is called Bloons TD5, Bloons Tower Defense 5. It's about monkeys. You have monkeys who shoot things at balloons. So we have these balloons here, very simple. We have the big balloons, and we have fire mage, machine gun mage, monkey, fire mage monkey, machine gun monkey, and sniper monkey, and ice monkey, and superhero monkey. They all are fighting these balloons that are trying to get to the spot. So what is the comparison between this and a base defense game? Well, you see that it has lives, and this is the ending spot for this map. So they will come here and they will go all through this path that I'm doing over here with my mouse, and after they are done with this path, they will leave the map over here. So the objective of the player's objective is to stop them before they touch here. There's no base to defend. The base doesn't exist, so it cannot defend itself. That is why this is a tower defense game instead of a base defense game, and that is not what we want to do. So basically, let's go over everything so that I can finish this session and we can continue on to the next one. Base defense game is a game that has a base. This is the base, and you can have towers, you can have pathing or not, you can have heroes or not, you can have units or not, you can have gold or not, you can have anything you want, abilities for players or not also. But the most important thing, the one thing that sets the base defense genre apart from the tower defense genre or the hero defense genre itself, is the base. So if you have a base, it doesn't matter what else you have, it's a base defense game. So that is it for this session. This was session 1.2, definition of base defense games and checking examples. I hope you guys understood what a base defense game is. We're now going to go to session 1.3, which is scoping our project, which means we're gonna define what the project is gonna be about, where it's gonna start, where it's gonna end. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. So this is session 1.3, scoping our project. I'm gonna be checking out what we've been talking about, all these examples, and then we're gonna define the way this is going to be working. Although of course I have the project set up already in the website, so you can read the session's content and you'll see the decision that I already came up with. But this is the way that the logic to reach that decision would work. So the first thing about this is 3D or 2D, but we already chose 3D because I believe the nav mesh is a very interesting thing to talk about navigation, making these guys start at this position and then follow a path to the end of the world of the, where the base is supposed to be. Then so basically we could do many things. We could do many types of enemies, colors, flying enemies, slow enemies, or some sort of buffing enemies. There's many things that can be done and many upgrades for everything. But since we're gonna go for a prototype, a level up project, we will be creating enough stuff that this is very healthy and very useful for everyone. But of course we can't add everything. It's impossible that we add everything in the few in these hours that we'll be doing this tutorial for. So basically for the enemies and headquarters part, which is session 3, we will be checking out adding the headquarters, basic headquarters. It's gonna have health, and it's gonna be communicated in a UI. Probably will combine session 3.1 with some UI, I'm not sure. Then we have the base enemy. The base enemy is gonna be just any enemy, the way that they start, the way that they spawn, the way that they check the waypoints, how they are initialized and how they follow the path, and in the end how they attack the headquarters. And then we're gonna be deciding the big enemy and the fast enemy. But of course, this all depends on basically what I'm trying to do with this is have different types of enemies, maybe enemy upgrades. Even this session 3 could add more things into the headquarters after the fast enemy, but I'm not too sure. Depends on how everything goes. That is more or less the plan in session 3. Then for session 4, we're going to be checking the towers. So basically the base tower initial setup, how we're going to place the towers, and then we're going to add the arrow tower, bomb tower, and freeze tower, which are just differentiations of the base tower. So the importance here is that the way that the projectiles will fly, the effect that the projectiles will have, the AOE of each tower, the speed of shooting for the tower, and this sort of thing. Also the base tower of course has to look at the enemy, follow them, target only one enemy, all these small things that are very needed for any tower in a tower defense game that you will respect. So if you have one without these things, of course it will not be as respectable. You want your game to look good and to feel good. Alright, so the freeze tower also should slow the enemies. That's the whole point. So how do we slow the enemies? How do we communicate to the enemies that they have been slowed? Is there a timer that will be refreshed? So all these things are very important for our towers, our freeze bomb and arrow tower that we'll be having. Maybe if I can think of another tower type, it will be added later. So then we have session 4. Session 4 is for the user interface. So we're gonna have the health communicated from the base. We're gonna have maybe number of enemies on screen displayed over here. Maybe we can have UI setup and coding. Yeah, then we will have the game flow. So the game flow refers to the way that the enemies are spawned, how many enemies per wave. We're gonna be designing the waves, if we're gonna do waves. This all depends on how the project goes, how the enemies be working. Pretty good, pretty bad, we don't know yet. Then we have the session 4.3 is just gonna be continuing with 4.1, 4.2, or adding something extra. We could add like sounds, like clanking sounds. We could add more user controls. We also have to add the player abilities over here that will be added in session 5. So basically session 5, tower upgrades and base upgrades and overall fixes, is going to be all about being able to click a tower and being able to like buy and upgrade each enemy. Is going to drop some gold, and then it's going to allow us to upgrade both base and the towers for damage, range, speed of fire, precision. I don't even know if there's going to be precision, but you know what I mean. And then 5.3 we'll do overall fixes. Overall fixes includes the player abilities. It's the last thing that I want to do after everything is done, just to point out, to showcase how to do player abilities in a very simple way, because player abilities are a very delicate topic that I do want to touch on, and I want everyone to learn some about this topic. So yeah, that's basically our scope. It's going to be a very simple prototype style game. Don't forget that prototypes are the most basic approach to a problem that also works completely fine if you want to extend on it. So that is our scope, and yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back with the session 2 intro. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Please continue watching this tutorial series, which we're gonna have a lot of fun, I promise. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is the intro for session 2 game setup. During session 2, session 2 of course, we'll be checking the asset store for some 3D characters, and we may be able to use, and maybe of course, some other assets for other objects, such as the towers and the base. Maybe it's a house, maybe we can find a house or something in the asset store, and then we will create a game world and some base scripts and some prefabs to have everything ready and set up to start with session 3, which is gonna be like the heavy coding part, I guess. In this session, during this series, session 2.1 is gonna be the asset search. We're gonna be going into the asset store in our Unity project, of course. And as you can see, we just go in here, we're gonna check the assets, then we're gonna create the game world over here. We're gonna create like a plane and then be setting up stuff, objects on top of the plane. After that, we will be creating the prefabs and some scripts. It's gonna be all really simple. It should take a little bit, but it's gonna be real fun. I think this is the base groundwork that we need to start with the real part of the project. So yeah, the groundwork is always very important, as you know, and as such we have to do it very carefully, not to mess anything up during later steps, and that we have to, you know, go back and start from scratch. It's not fun when you start badly, so we have to start with the right foot. And yeah, so here we go. This was session 2 intro, so let's jump right into session 2.1 in next video. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 2.1, asset search. So we're gonna be going into the asset store and looking for a few assets that we may or may not need. So this we're gonna start by going, of course, if you don't have the window for the asset store here, you go to window and you go to general, and then you click on asset store, or you can hit the combination of keys Control +9. I think Command +9 if you are on a Mac device. So here we can click on this search bar, and then the first thing that I need is a 3D character. And the issue that we have, of course, is we are not going to invest money on learning for a tutorial, right? I mean, at least not in the project itself. So here we're gonna go and move the price over here and hit apply. We'll check out any of these characters. Let's see if there's anything interesting. 3D text, FGC metal atom. I need something like a goblin. Oh, there's a bow here, maybe. Creatures, Duke-Callions creatures, Toon F character, low poly. Third person controller with companion, free, relaxed main character, 3D monster 001 implant. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this, see what it contains. One sources is prefab, includes mechanism ready character with an idle animation. Sketchfab URL here, I clicked on it by mistake. So we have this guy. Okay, so let's see. Mechanism ready, only has an idle animation. Overall 5 stars, so you probably have not worked with this model. Okay, so this is not what we want for now. I'm gonna go ahead and click on this creatures part. I'm gonna lower the price again. I actually have this pack, but I don't want to use it here because, you know, makes no sense. Dark Dragon, level 1 monster pack. Okay, let's see this. So this is 3 models, 12 prefabs, rigged, animated, hand painted. They can idle attack. This is awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna download this pack. This is a free pack. You can search it in your asset store. This is the level 1 monster pack by Pi Entertainment Limited. It's free, and you get a compilation of level 1 monsters of PyPlace monster packages, and then you have even more packs. If you need to get more, you can buy them from the same people, but we're gonna be downloading the free test so that we can test in our own project. Okay. Alright, so it's downloading and now it's gonna be decrypting, and we can import this package to our project. I don't know how heavy this will be, so I hope it's not that heavy. And it has colors which will help us. We can see here the asset, the prefab, it has different colors. So I do hope that this package can help us create our base defense game. It looks pretty good. These monsters look pretty awesome. I like these models. I like the rabbit. The ghost is a little weird, but the texture makes it look better. Okay, so I'm gonna be importing all these things. Import, and then after you import, Unity has to process this whole importing part. We wait, and after Unity is done processing, we will be able to check out the package ourselves and manually see how they work or not. So it's just gonna wait a little. I like these 3D characters. I also want the towers and the base. But first we're gonna be checking out if this actually works. Go to level 1 monster pack, double click, and then we go to prefabs. I'm gonna get closer to my camera here, I guess. My camera is looking that way. You can see where your camera is looking at from this. It's over here, so I'm gonna go to rabbit and I'm gonna add the rabbit over here. We can see that our little guy, it definitely is not red. This guy's, I don't know why they think this rabbit is red, but okay, so we see rabbit red, mobile omelet. We can see the asset pack over here. Whoops, there we go. That looks pretty nice. And something else that we're going to be using is we can probably download this right now. I'm gonna go to my window package manager, and in my tutorial series called how to implement amazing official Unity plugins, I downloaded this amazing plugin called ProGrids. So we will be implementing ProGrids to our project. I'm gonna hit install and it's gonna install ProGrids. So what is ProGrids? ProGrid allows you to have a 3D grid instead of only the 2D basic grid in Unity, and this way you can visualize more reliably what you're doing. So as you can see, I'm gonna turn it on. I think it's already turned on. I'm gonna hit W here. I know I can't. You have to activate them here. X, Y, Z. Lock the perspective. 3D. Maybe here. Grids. I cannot see the grid. So basically what I need to do is on or off. Snap all selected objects to grid. Oh, I can't see my grid, my 3D grid. So I'm gonna just hit 0, 0, 0 here. Oh, there we go. We can see the 3D grid now. We can see our guy is over here, but I think he's just too small to be shown in the grid. I don't want him to snap to the grid. I want him to be larger. Larger even, maybe. Okay, there we go. We can see the 3D grid, but we see that he's like snapping. I don't want snapping. I don't want snapping. There you go. Okay, now we don't have snapping, and our guy is right there, and we can see the grid. We just don't have many objects to compare to, of course, but this is way better. I can find my guy. Look at that. I can find my guy in a 3D grid, and I can organize him. I can place them like that. I'm gonna go and add more prefabs. I'm gonna add 2 beds, 2 of them. And of course, I love adding stuff at 0, 0, 0 because it's easier to manage the positioning before you have a game world. So we are going to test. As you can see, this guy is also very small. So I'm just gonna make them all 100 by 100 by 100 for now, just to see them. Same here. I'm gonna make them 100 by 100 by 100. And anytime you do this, you just are changing the size and every property how this guy will change, or these guys will change appropriately. As you can see what this is: snap value 5, snap on scale, snap as group, angle, predictive grid. I don't know what predictive grid means, but there we go. I'm gonna turn it off. Okay, so that is ProGrids and the way this works. Also, it's free, so you can definitely get it with no problem. Okay, so we have our creatures. We can see that all the prefabs look just fine. 100 by 100 by 100. All these prefabs look pretty nicely. Pretty nice, I like it. And then we have the animator that will animate our enemies too at some point in the future. We have the bat, we have the rabbit, we need the ghost. Oh, we already have the ghost. Why do I feel like I'm lacking one of them? Slime? Oh, it's the same. So the slime is basically the same as the ghost, just with a different, there we go, different thingy, different asset. Okay. All right, this is gonna be our enemies. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 variations of enemies with different colors. This is basically step 1, cool step 1. And now I'm gonna go back into the asset store and I'm gonna check out for towers. And you can see that this, I'm gonna change the price to apply. I change the price to 0 and type. We will assets, release, rating, free. I wish I could sort by 3D, but I can't. Tower defense template, ultimate cannon tower, ruin tower, water tower, reinforced water tower, tower defense template. I don't want to use templates. This mage tower looks pretty nice. Okay, so what do we have? I want to check out Apple Castle. No, this one. I'm gonna check out the mage tower. Low poly, amazing still eyes that can be used by any sort of project. So this is good. At least for our ice tower it could work. So I'm gonna download it. And after I'm done downloading, of course I'm gonna import. I could change the name, but I'm not yet. Okay, so import. And it's not gonna take too long because this is a very small package. And I'm gonna drag this tower onto resources and of course the level 1 monster pack 2. And then we're gonna go into resources, tower, prefab, and we have the mage tower. It's pretty neat. Maybe if I do 10 by 10 by 10, yeah, it will be too large. So 5 by 5 by 5, there we go. We have a representative mage tower. That's not bad. And of course this could work for crystal. Can we change the color? Yeah, of course we can. We can change it to blue to be the eyes instead of being red. This is a good first tower. Let me check if I can get another good tower. I want to go back, but I cannot because Unity doesn't have that apparently. Oh yeah, it does. All right. So we're gonna be checking out one more tower. This cannon tower doesn't look half bad, but maybe we can do better. So medieval stone keep, playmaker chart boost plus, moon defense kit, tile draw, sci-fi turret. I want to actually check this out because it has many buildings. It has low poly village buildings, so that could help for our Gameworld setup later. I think this is great. I'm gonna download this too. This could be the arrow towers and the cannon towers. So let's import this simple low poly village building. It has many models and some prefabs, which is great, and some textures. Okay. So we're gonna be loading this packet, and that is probably it for. I don't know. I need one more that I want to have, which is the simple UI. So as you can see, this is simple low poly village buildings by 3D Jeeps, free. You can import into your project, and then I'm gonna go to my assets over here, and I'm gonna be getting my very trusty UI package. So we go here, we look for I'm gonna look for tiny simple UI by Unruly Games. I will import this into this project so that we have some buttons to use into our UI and some icons and stuff that we don't need to depend on not having anything for the user interface. So this is gonna help us with UI. I will click on import and we'll see that this package is gonna be imported, and of course we're gonna be moving all this stuff into our resources folder so that there's a little organization in our project. Of course, with this many icons, I'm not gonna be cleaning this up, but with this many icons, you know, we need a little organization. So let's wait until it's loaded. And now we go to resources and we have the art folder, which will be having our simple UI. And I'm gonna be adding a new folder to resources, and I'm gonna make it I'm gonna call it 3D assets, or just 3D is fine because obviously there are assets. And I'm gonna be moving my tower there, my simple low poly village building, and the level 1 monster pack also. So before we know if this is good, we're gonna go to our 3D folder, simple low poly village, and then we go to models, and I will be adding some of these assets into our scene, farmhouse 1, and as before, I'm gonna make it larger so I can take a good look at it. Since they are made by different makers, of course, we don't have the best reference in the world as to their sizes and such, but if they were, then we'll be fine. But that's good, I guess. Oh yeah, that's fine. Well, I actually like it more this way. I don't know what's better. Okay, so we have this guy, and he's aligned here with this guy, but not with the bottom guys. And then we move it a little down. Now he's well aligned with everyone, I think. That is the magic of progrits. So basically he's aligned with this guy, and I calculated it with progrits. We can see here that they're not being touched, and now they are. If you go too low, they're too high. So this one is a good place for that guy to be aligned, and this works just fine. Alright, so the next thing that I do want to do is continue with loading these assets. I want to check the tower level 1, level 2, level 3. That is cool. So we're gonna do 10 by 10 by 10 and move it up over here. It's not the thing is not snapping close enough. Okay, that's good. I think if I turn snapping on for everyone, it will be ideal. Yeah, it will snap everyone in the same place. Cool. So we have this is a good arrow tower, I guess. And let me just add another tower and see what this looks like. So yeah, I'm not gonna use these towers as level towers. This is 10 by 10. Look at this size difference. Whoever made this is well, whatever. This is, I mean, it works. So of course I'm not gonna be using towers as level 1, level 2, level 3, but I do have a good reference that this setup has many types of towers, and I can use this purple tower. Oh, I get it. So the highest the number, the highest, the tallest the tower, the taller the tower. So these can be like arrow tower, bomb tower, or arrow tower, bomb tower, and I don't know what this can be. Also, we need a castle or something. Maybe the farmhouse can be the base, but we do need to define a base. So it says farmhouse level 7. Yeah, this could be cool to be our base model, because it's like a very large version of everything else. This fits together pretty well, and the monsters actually don't look half bad compared to this house and towers in our scene that we have right now. So cool. We have everything that we need now for the project. We have several actual extra objects that could work to set up a game world. So the next thing that we're going to do, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna reread which assets we got. So my local downloads, I think this is gonna show me my latest first. No, so name, category, my purchased, filter tags, group by none. It doesn't let me group them by date, but we have the names here. We have the simple low poly village buildings, we have level 1 monster pack, we have tower, and for UI we have simple UI. Those are the assets that we imported, so I will recommend that you guys go ahead into the assets store, find them and download them so we can use them in our project. Of course, if you're gonna download the project files after the project is done, you will have them in your project. Also, don't forget that we are using ProGrids to see this amazing 3D grid in our project. You can see that it snaps each point like this and it just works just fine. Also, I think we can change the snapping to be smaller. Yeah, so you can see that the squares became smaller and now we can have different, very like closer positions. Instead of having 5 as snap, we have 3, and that was done with ProGrids just by clicking a button. And that's it for this tutorial, for this video. This was session 2.1 asset search. We're now going to continue on with session 2.2, which is going to be game world creation. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I'll be back in a second. I hope you guys continue to watch this tutorial series. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 2.2, game world creation. As I mentioned before, we already have our assets. We went on session 2.1 to the asset store and we found a few assets. We found simple UI, we found simple low poly village buildings, monster, level 1 monster pack, and tower. Tower is this is the monsters, and these are the low poly village items. And we also went to our package manager and downloaded ProGrids. ProGrids allows us to have this visual amazing grid, 3D grid that doesn't really exist in Unity unless you install that package. Oh, whoop, I think I made a mistake. Okay, okay, so yeah, this is good. I think I just have to click a little better on this, but other than that, we have our ProGrids and everything well set up here. But the thing that I want to do now, I'm actually going to delete all the samples. I'm going to be creating the game world. And to create the game world, I'm going to go to simple low poly village and see what they have. They have barrel, bucket, crate, farms, grass. Grass is just literally grass item, shovel, rock, tower. So how do you create a game world? So basically a game world is just literally a place to play the game. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a 3D object, and I could create a terrain. It will make it, I'm gonna show you what a terrain looks like. This is a terrain where you can play your game and you can set it up. You can literally get some mountains here like that. You can click and create some mountains. And I can also create star-shaped mountains, and I can create these little thingies, but that is way too complicated. Honestly, I don't want to have all these things in my terrain. So in my games, I'm gonna have something very easy to follow. So I'm gonna get a 3D object, plane. So I'm gonna double click on this plane. As you can see, it's a very small plane. So I will make it very large by multiplying the size to, maybe this is too large, maybe 10 by 10 by 10. So we have a plane over here that is very well set up. I don't really like that they divide it in the middle. So what we're going to do is I'm going to unlock this so that the grid remains on one spot. I can move it. I can move my plane over here, and there will be no issue. I'm just gonna do that. I can look at my plane from wherever I want. It's gonna look way better. So I'm gonna click on my plane and bring it to 0, 0, 0. Double click, and we can see the plane right on 0, 0, 0. And on top of a plane, I have to set up stuff, of course, right? So we can have several of these planes. I'm gonna call this ground. No, I'm gonna make an empty game object. I'm gonna call it level 1. We can have several of these plane setups to be the levels. So I'm gonna go to assets, resources, prefabs, and I'm gonna add my level 1 to my prefab. So my plane, I'm gonna add objects on top of it because it's gonna be my ground. And so I'm gonna add more objects. I'm gonna go to my resources, 3D, simple low poly objects, models. So what I'm gonna, of course, this is all I have. I'm gonna change the color of this plane. I'm gonna go resources. I'm gonna create a new folder called materials. And I'm gonna create a new material over here, create material. And I'm gonna call it level 1 ground material. Well, level 1 ground is fine. I'm gonna add it over here, change the color to some green level, like very slight green. Looks pretty good. And this is gonna be my base ground for my level. And now we can go to 3D simple low poly, and I'm gonna be adding. I'm gonna show you guys the design that could be working. As you can see, this is my plane. And I have a center area, which is basically where I can build towers, and a path around it, which is my I don't like that, but yeah, I mean, it can work, I guess. I will do it like that, and then we go into our Unity and we will set up another plane. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna call it tower area. I'm gonna change its color. I have to go ahead and create a new material. That's why materials are 4. We duplicate this and we call it level 1 tower area, and we add it to our tower area right here. Close this, click add, change the color to darker green like this. We're gonna reduce the size, and then we're gonna move it a little up so that it is floating above our planes. You can see here, I'm gonna just get closer. This guy even emits shadow into our plane, so we can see over here that it is floating above the plane, and that is fine because with our camera angle we will see it on over here. I have to change this to be like this. I don't know why it looks like that. Snap on scale, snap as group, angle, predictive grid. Maybe if I do that predictive grid thing. Well, I mean, whatever, it works. I will turn it off right now just because I don't want to see it for now. But we have our tower area. Let's see what else we have. Over here we have the entrance for the enemies, and then the area where the landing spot, the final point, is for the enemies that they want to reach. So I'm going to create this is basically the headquarters. So I'm just gonna go to assets, resources, 3D, simple low poly, models, and we're gonna find the farm level 7, which is the largest. No, not this. It's farmhouse level 7. So we move it up, and we have to increase the size because it's way too small. That is way too large. I think 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Nope. 555. That is way better. And we see that since I can't see the grid, I can't compare. So now I turn on the grid, and I can snap this to. I mean, of course, Y0. And yeah, it's still way too small for what I made here with my. Oh yeah, it is way too small. Everything is gonna be larger than it should be probably, but it's fine. So I'm gonna do 20 by 20 by 20. Nope. Okay, so my level 1 is too large. So my ground is too large and my tower is too large. So I'm gonna turn this into 5, 5, 5, and then I'm gonna turn this into 3, 3, 3, so they're proportionally changed. And you may think that they're not too small because you see this, but this is gonna change to 5, 5, 5, and it's gonna be much more logical. This snapping is too far, so I'm gonna change it to 0.5. I'm gonna lower this to be right on top, and this is our base. Still too small. 10 10 10. I want it to be like very representative of the fact that it is a base for the player. So yeah, this works. It's gonna be right over here on the edge of the map. It doesn't matter. And that is our basic setup. Now we need the entrance for the enemy. So we need some way, some place that can be excused as an entrance to the enemy, and we're gonna do that with, let's see, house. This is not house, right? This is farmhouse. So let's say that these guys come from this house. Maybe it's a haunted house of some sort. So 20 20 20, and we're gonna of course have it at 0 0. Oops, 0 0 0 is fine to start with, of course, and then we move it to this side. I'm gonna move it down a little bit, and the entrance to the house is on this side, so I'm gonna rotate it 180 degrees. Not on that, nope, not either, and it's in this, and I want it to be in x0. I want all these guys to be in x0, so grounds is, of course, has to be in 0 0 0. I'm gonna move everyone to be in the correct position. I'm gonna move this up 0.33, that is perfect. And we can see that this boy is in the wrong spot vertically, so we're gonna move it a little up, move it back here. Still need to move it a little more upward, and that works. It's not centered on this on our thingy, so we want to center it more or less. And then we do the same with this guy. We center it so that they are symmetrical horizontally, so that works just well, very well. I want to check out that vertically it works, and it does work. We can see the entrance is over here. So let's continue on with the next step. Okay, so game world creation. Our next step is we can check out other objects, we can add other objects. We have to think about the way that these objects will interact in the game world. And the thing that we do need is whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to activate Unity, but I can't find it. Okay, so the thing that we mean to do here is add a path. So we can see that there's already technically like some sort of small pathing on our let me just turn off this grid. We have to set a path over here somehow, and of course the way to do that is just by adding some planes or some quads. Okay, let me just right click on this. We do 3D object, and we will add, you know what, I will just add some I'm not sure, quads are fine, I guess. Just move this quad. No, I don't like the idea of having a quad. So UI path, 3D object plane. I'm gonna add a new plane, and this plane, I'm gonna change the material, of course, to, I'm gonna call it path, and I go ahead and add it here. And our path color is gonna be brown, so I'm gonna change the color over here to a brownish color, and then we will move it over here, move it down so we can see it relative to our main path over here. And now I want to see the grid, so we have the grid, move down just a little bit above the grid, and I'm going to reduce the width to be a path like width, and then I'm gonna increase the length just like this to be a path like width, and that looks awesome. So this is my path 1. I'm we're gonna add an empty game object that's gonna be called path. And so we will add this over here, and we're gonna duplicate path 1 and we're gonna drag it on the other side so they are more or less symmetric. Now we're gonna call this path 2. Now we're gonna duplicate this again. We're gonna rotate it, and we're gonna rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees. We're gonna move it back like this, and this is my path 0, actually path 0, because it's right in front of the house. And I'm gonna move it over here. Finally, we'll duplicate path 0. I'm gonna call it path 4. I'm gonna move it whoops, that was a mistake. I'm gonna grab it by this arrow and move it over here so that it looks like this, a clear, clean path around my tower area for my enemies. And actually, the one thing that I will change here is I'm gonna make my tower area half its width side. I'm gonna actually make it a little smaller. That may be too much. There we go. I do think that it's still too much, but that could work. And I'm gonna add a last path. Is gonna be my path 5, and that was a mistake. I'm gonna add it. The copy is gonna be from path 1, and I'm gonna place it right in the middle so that the enemies have 3 paths to go through, and they will choose randomly. We'll do that later when the game flow time comes. That is my path 5, and now I want some decorations between in my game world, because the game world right now is way too simple. So I'm gonna go to my resources, 3D, simple low poly models, and I'm gonna be adding some buckets. Maybe I'm just gonna go closer to this grid so that we can see it. We're gonna add bucket over here, and holy, it's very small, so we just make it very large, well, way larger. And you can see that it's not snapping correctly because the snapping distance is way too far. It's 0.5, and I am going to toggle snapping off so I can just set it down cleanly over here. And I'm gonna create a couple, well, this is still the game world, but I wanna make this a child of my ground. So well, not really, I'm just gonna make it a child of level 1, and I'm gonna create a new object. This is gonna be called decorations. And my bucket is a decoration. I'm also going to save my prefab. I'm gonna add this here, add this here. I'm gonna save my level 1 prefab. There we go. And we see that our house is like a little lifted up. So maybe the whole thing where my snapping is 0.5 is still too large. So I'm gonna make it 0.1. That is gonna be my new snapping. I'm gonna move this object down to snap with this, and now it looks like it's actually on the thing. My path, all my paths also want to be like right on top. There we go. Oh, a little bit, there we go. Then we will set this one down too. Let's see how lifted or not it is. No, it's actually really, oh, it's a little too low, but it works. So we can just move this up just lower until they look fine. They do. Now we check our decorations. Our bucket in Y is completely well set up. It's in 0.01. So I'm gonna duplicate this bucket a few times, and I'm gonna be creating, I'm gonna be placing all these buckets in different places just as decorations. They have no gameplay meaning so far. Maybe they will in the future, but not just now. So we move them over here. All right. All right, so we will go ahead and apply this. And I'm gonna add more decorations. I'm gonna add, I'm gonna create a new object. It's gonna be buckets. So I'm gonna copy all these buckets into my bucket object. It will break the prefab instance, and I don't mind. Okay, so the next thing is decorations. buckets. What is the next thing? We're gonna check out other stuff like the crate. I'm gonna add a new game object, gonna call it crates, and I will add it over here. I will make the crate quite larger. That's way too small. I want the crate to be significantly big, just like that. That's good. So we'll move it over here. I'm gonna have a crate right here, and then duplicate it a few times. There we go. Alright, so there, I actually want one more crate to place on top of this crate so that it looks a little better. And then I will add another crate that I will move onto this side, but I will check vertically as I thought it's not well placed. So I'm going to place it in 0 so that it is a little inside this big boy, this Gameworld asset. Okay, so we have some crates and so on and so forth. I have to keep adding new things. So I will now add, let's see what else I can add. I think I have grass over here, I think FG, grass. Alright, so I'm gonna add more decoration objects, grass 1, because it's a type 1 grass over here. And I'm gonna check out the size. It's of course way too small, so I'm gonna make it into 10 by 10 by 10. And I will add it between this two. I'm gonna make it 15 by 15 by 15. It's a little larger, so that I can just add it like this. There we go. And there we have some grass on a Gameworld. You may think that this doesn't matter, but it matters a lot. So we now have some grass objects, low poly, so it doesn't matter much how many we have. It will not really affect rendering times. So now I'm going to create a new empty object. I'm going to call it grass2, and we're going to add the grass2 to it. I'm gonna make it 15 by 15 by 15, and I will move this grass over on this side. Shoot. Okay, so I move this over to this side right here, and I will duplicate it a few times. More times, just so we have some really nice looking map. It's a very simple map, but you know, we can improve it later if it's needed, which I don't think it will be. It looks just fine. Alright, so what else do we want? I'm gonna add some hay. We'll create a new empty object, and I'm gonna call it hay. I'm gonna add some hay1, and as before, 15 by 15 by 15. I'm gonna add some stacks of hay on this side, like this. Okay, we got it. Now we'll duplicate it, and I'm gonna add a few of these on other places of the map so it doesn't look too one-sided, of course. We add some over here. And it's not the prettiest type of hay, so I'm gonna add another type of hay. Again, 15 by 15 by 15. Oh, this is way larger, so we can add it like on top of the box. Over here. Okay, the snapping helps a lot, by the way, to position objects. So over here, I'm gonna rotate this one by 90 degrees. Well, not on that one, on y-axis. We duplicate it. Oh, I didn't duplicate it. Now I duplicate it, and I can add it on top of this box too. We can see through our camera. The camera is very badly positioned, so I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna reposition the camera. The camera in these games is usually very static, so I'm gonna move it over here. I'm gonna rotate it like that. And now I want to rotate it, I think, in the x-axis so that it looks a little downwards. And I want it to be a little farther. And you see that the game world feels like it's floating in like the nether world. And for that, to fix that, what we would have is oh, that is loud. I will go ahead and check for another type of asset called skybox. I'm going to teach you about skybox right now. I want my skybox to look better than it currently does. I don't like the base Unity skybox, so I want something like a night skybox or something like that. So let's see what we get here. Real Star skybox, Milky Way skybox. Let's see, there's a skybox packs right here, and I will download it. There are 4 maps at 2014 by 2014, so I'm just going to choose one of them for this project. I'm going to go ahead and not choose. So I don't like this one. Well, maybe this one actually. Doomsday, no. New Dawn, Nostalgia. What's the other one called? Urban Light. I don't like the words Urban Light. Okay, so New Dawn. I think New Dawn is this. I'm not sure. So this one's fine. These ones are fine. I'll be adding them to my project now. Import. And the way that you change the skybox is by adding the skybox component to your camera. So let's just wait a little bit until this is done. We add a component skybox. And we find the materials. We go ahead and find Nostalgia. This is the one I liked. And we will see that in our game, we will be rendering the Nostalgia skybox, which is amazing. Okay, so we can see the Nostalgia skybox better if we look to the sky, of course. Like, not like that, but like this. We can see it over there. So maybe if I set the camera a little lower and I move it like this, you can see the skybox better. I'm gonna move it a little to the right, no, to the right, no, to the right, and we can see this awesome scene that is our game world. I'm gonna apply this change. I'm gonna save my scene and save my project just so that we don't get any issues, any saving issues. I don't lose any of this progress. What else can we do? Well, there's more things that we can do. The level is not done yet because we need to set the actual path along which the units will walk as they are spawned, and also we need to set spawn points. So this level will, I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna create empty, I'm gonna hit spawn points, and we are only going to have spawn point 0. We're only gonna have one spawn point in this one, and it's gonna be right here in front of the house, like that. And well, I'm gonna set it to 0, and the first thing that's gonna happen here is we need also guiding points for the navigation. So we're gonna be setting up those like in basic theoretical level. So it's gonna be navigation points. So we have the path names. So basically when we start, this is path 0, this one over here. So this is gonna be path 0, 1, 2, well, path 0, 0, 1, 2. And so I'm gonna add a few of these. It's gonna be path 0, 0, or rather we can do the navigation points depending on this directly. So maybe like this: path 0, 0, path 0, 1, and then we have path 0, 2. In path 0, 0, we will have it on the left. Path 0, 1 is going to stay in the center, and then path 0, 2 is going to stay on the right. Then each one of them is going to have their pathing. Of course, the path 0, 0 already covers this, so path 1, 0 is, yeah, I guess. So this is going to be path 1, 0, and then we have path. Well, I think I may be overdoing it with this. Yeah. So basically what's happening is since they're overlapping, that will cause a logic issue there. So I'm just gonna not let them overlap anymore. I'm gonna move this around so that we can not let these guys overlap. And also, I will actually, I want to change it. I will let them overlap, but I will make the navigation points independent as I had thought before. So basically we have everyone is gonna connect with someone if need be. If not, then not. And then we will have navigation, well, I guess point or waypoint 0, which is going to be our 0 point here. That is 0. So now we have waypoint 1, and waypoint 1 is going to be this one. And then we have waypoint 2. These are the 3 initial waypoints, so they have these names. Then to go into whenever the creature, the enemy, chooses waypoint 2, this is for the future, then it can choose waypoint. It will go waypoint 2, 1, waypoint 2, 2, and then here it already changed. So basically this is waypoint 2, 0. Well, yeah, 2, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. So waypoint 0, 0 is going to communicate with waypoint 0, 1 over here, and this is going to communicate with finish up with waypoint 0, 2, which is over here. And then when they reach this point, they will move to the last point, which the last point will be final waypoint. And we will also have a different waypoint for starting, which is going to be starting, well, that's spawn point, of course. We spawn somewhere and then they choose wherever they want to go. So we have waypoint 1, 0, which is going to be moving, oops, not that, I want to duplicate them, moving over here. There you go. And then we have waypoint 10, waypoint 02, then I have 01, 02 copied, which is going to move it over here. 02 is going to be about the same, well, this spot over here. 01 is going to be about the same place. We're going to duplicate this into 20. I'm going to move them all the way over here. Of course, we have to change the names to 11, waypoint 12, and this is going to be waypoint 21 and waypoint 22. And whatever path the enemy choose will always lead to the final waypoint. So if they spawn over here, then they choose waypoint 0, 0, they will move there, then they will move here, and then they will move here, and then they will go to the final waypoint, which is right in front of the house over here. And then if they choose the lighter, well, technically, if we see it from up top like this, and our base is on the left, then the right side, the bottom side basically, is this looks like a MOBA actually, but yeah. So bottom side waypoint 10, waypoint 11, waypoint 12, and then they move to the final waypoint. And if they choose the right side or the top side, depending on your angle of sight, basically, they will go through waypoint 2.1, and then waypoint 2.2, and then I think 2.2 is a little off here. Then final waypoint, they're going to come all the way through here. So yeah, that is basically the way the navigation should work. And I always like setting up my navigation for each level before actually setting up any code for navigation. That is the way the Gameworld will work. The other thing is we actually have to set navigation. So I'm gonna click on my ground. My ground is the only smart object, so everything else is dumb basically. So this actually needs a collider. It does have a mesh collider, which is good. My path does not need to have colliders because I will not interact with that path in any meaningful way. I will click away the colliders, and the path is just for show basically. Then we have the tower areas. They also don't need colliders. Well, they might need colliders depending on the way that we set up the tower placing shenanigans basically. I think I'm gonna do it tiled, so I'm gonna set up some tiles a la Kingdom Rush, but I'm not sure yet. Tower area 2, tower area 1. So each tower area would have mini tower placing spots. I think I will set them up right now actually. So each tower area will have 8. This is gonna be tower. Well, actually I'm gonna not create an empty game object. I'm gonna create a 3D object plane. You see that planes are close to my heart. So plane is gonna move up just 1 tick in our grid, a little bit, there you go. And this plane is gonna be shorter, way shorter. Well, whoops, not vertically, I mean horizontally shorter. So I want to make it like 0.25, 0.25. Oh, no, not like this. So I want to make it squared. So we got this guy who is now a little square. Well, sort of a little square, and he's floating on top of the thing. So it's gonna be a tower placement, possible tower placement point. Okay, so now that we have our possible tower placement point, we will move it on this side. And I think it's actually too small, but that is not a problem. We can make it a little larger. Can we fit 2 of these next to each other? Yeah, we can. Okay, so we will place 8 of these all next to each other. You can see that the center area is very polluted basically. You can place more towers in the center than on the sides, which is fine. And that is the way that we're setting up our tower placement points. I will change their color. We'll go ahead and create a new material, resources materials, create material, and we will call it possible tower placement. And we'll add the same material to all of these guys. So click on all of them, and we drag and drop possible tower placement material. And I believe I can make them, cannot make them invisible sadly. Maybe if I make this opaque, unlit, transparent. Never mind, we don't have a texture to add to them. New, that looks very bad. Okay, so I added some UI graphics to it to cheat a little bit, but it looks just fine. This is the points where we will be adding our towers. In our game, we have the space for total of 18 towers at a time. All right, so we have the tower placements. Let me just change the name of everything so that it looks way better. Well, this would be 1, 2, 3, and I'm starting counting on purpose at 1 because I will finish with 0. So 6, 7, and then we have the last one will be 0 because why not? And then here we have 0 first, and then we have 1, 2, 3, oops, 4, 5, 6. Nope, I typed in 5, 6, and we finally got 7. Now we will save. We'll apply these changes. We save the scene, and we will save the project just to be sure that nothing happens to all this effort that we're inputting in creating a very nice game world. So we have our path, we have our possible tower points. Let me check if they have colliders, which they do. The other thing that you usually want to do is tag some stuff. So I'm gonna just, for now, I'm gonna tag my tower placement points as, you know, I'm gonna tag them as tower placement point. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I mean, that's what they are. So I'm gonna click on this, and then I'm gonna add all of these bad boys to tower placement point. Good, good, good. Now I will apply these changes to my prefab, which is great. And yeah, that's basically what we currently have in our level. So I'm gonna make a quick recap of this, what we did, and then I'll stop this video. So basically what we did was create a believable game world. We created a level with ground, paths, some decorations, tower areas, and waypoints. We also made a spawn point. We created our building for the headquarters, our building for faking the spawn point, basically not letting it just be a spawn point. Let me turn off my grid here. The next thing that we did was we created the waypoints for the movement of the units. We can have 3 lanes, sort of a MOBA type of thing, but it's of course not the same thing because MOBA is PvP. We also have path, we have final waypoint, and in general this all works pretty nice, looks pretty nice. As you can see, we also added the skybox. You can see here that our, well, it looks like they're floating in the middle of the water. So I will probably just add a little island looking thing on the bottom. I'm gonna add it right now. The way we will do that is by creating, I actually do want to create a terrain now. So let me see if I can do that terrain. Create a terrain, and the terrain is at 0, 0, 0, but I want it to be at 0, 0, 0. And it's way too large, so I'm gonna make it way smaller. Move it here. The Y is very, very low for some reason. I'm gonna move it under my thing. It's still way too large. Why is it so large? Terrain data, enable 3 colliders. No. And my terrain, I want it to be way smaller. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, and it's not, just not, doesn't want. Please select the tool. So I'm gonna create some mountains here and there. See how that looks. It looks like the houses are in like a snow sort of island thingy. Let me see, the y-axis is fine. Maybe if I change the color material to the tower physics material. Light map parameters, very low resolution, that is correct. Baked light map, real-time light map, precise opacity, I want colors. Trees. Okay, no, the terrain is not gonna work for us because we have to set it up way too complicatedly. So I'm gonna create just a plane, and this plane is gonna be called island. I'm gonna make the same color as this because I like that color. I'm gonna put it at 0, 0, 0. Where's 0, 0, 0? Oh, it's of course inside my thing. Yeah, and I'm gonna make it way larger. And maybe it should just be not be a plane, it should be a cube. So I'm gonna add a 3D object cube to make it into an island for our level. So the island's gonna grow horizontally, very much like that. The island's eating my level. Okay, so we set it to 0 and then we just move it down enough so that it lets the level be visible. We change the material to level 1 tower area, and now we can see that this looks like it's standing on an island now. Probably we'll need some changes later, but for now it has shadows, it has a good level design, at least very nice to the eye level design. So I'm gonna change the name of this to island. And well, that's it for this tutorial. Thank you for watching, guys. We'll be back soon with session 2.3 prefabs and scripts. I'm gonna be creating some base prefabs, like setting up the enemy prefabs, setting up some scripts just by name, and then in the future we will write the scripts down. But yeah, that's it for this tutorial, so thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. We are in session 2.3, prefabs and scripts. So in the previous two sessions, which were asset search and game world creation 2.1 and 2.2 respectively, we searched for some assets and we created this amazing looking scene. We have this great skybox that shows this weird island looking thing that looks pretty nice. And we have this ocean and we have this pretty nice sky, that's very nostalgic. And we have our setup here for our game. We have a starting point for our enemies. We have an ending point for our enemies. This is our headquarters, this is the enemy base. And we also have our path. We have everything looking real nice. But now we need to set up some prefabs and text, basically just create some scripts. So what kind of scripts do we need to create? I'm going to go ahead into the scripts folder, and we're not going to be coding anything. We're just going to be creating the scripts right now. So what do we need to do? First, I need to create an enemy manager. I know that I need that. We also need a level manager, which is, wait a little bit, level manager. I'm like 99% sure that these scripts will be useful, but I'm not 100%. Maybe we'll not use some of these. So now we need a game manager. Of course, we need a level controller. We also need an enemy controller. So the enemy controller is made to move the enemies around, basically. And this is gonna be, well, I actually misnamed this. This should be a base enemy controller. But it's fine. We can actually only use one enemy controller because we're only gonna have two different types of enemies. Well, we can have more than two, but we'll see. So for now, just enemy controller could work just fine. What else do we need? We have tower. Oh, we need the base tower controller. We do need the base tower controller because we're gonna have a few types of towers, each with their own special effects. So it's all gonna depend on the way these towers respond to shooting and timings and stuff like that. I'm gonna create another script. This is gonna be an arrow tower controller, which is in the future gonna inherit from the base tower controller. I might actually do the inheritances right now. You know what, I will. So arrow tower controller, I'm gonna go into Visual Studio and I'm going to inherit from base tower controller for once and for all. So base tower controller, that's good. We want also want the bomb tower. I'm gonna do the same thing. Create a C# script, bomb tower controller, and this is gonna be a base tower controller inheritance. And of course we will also have a freeze tower controller. C# script freeze tower controller, and it's also going to inherit from base tower controller. And so you see that we are having we are getting way too many tower controllers out here in the scripts. So I'm going to create a new folder, right click, create as soon as Unity allows me to, and I'm going to create a folder called tower to put in all of our tower related scripts, so this is not all a giant mess of tower scripts. We are clear now. The other thing that we need to create is a empty game object. It's going to be called managers, and this managers is going to have our enemy manager, our level manager, and our game manager. So we now have our managers object that will control all our objects, all our managers. And you know what, I also want a tower manager. Tower manager. And this tower manager, let's wait until Unity finishes processing so that we can add it here on our managers object. There we go. And now we need some prefabs, because as we make new things, we will realize what else we need in our game. Oh, I also need some UI controllers, but maybe I can do that later. Okay, so let's start with an enemy. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go and drag and drop resources, 3D, level 1 monsters, prefabs, and I'm gonna be dragging this rabbit green over here. Excuse me if you hear some honking. I don't know who is honking near my house, but they are very annoying. So let's go ahead and check out the size of this guy. I'm gonna double click and he is insanely small. So in order to make him large enough, we're gonna multiply his size by 100. And you can see that he actually fits the game world real nicely with the 100 size. So I am going to be instantiated another one. It's gonna be a yellow. I'm gonna make him 100 by 100 by 100, and then I'm gonna be instantiating 2 ghosts and 2 bats. It's also going to give them the 100 treatment. I'm gonna do green and red or yellow. It says that it's yellow, but I don't agree with the color. Isn't this just a recolor? So let me check mesh, bat green. No, it's not. It has a way different. Okay, good. Alright, so we have 2 bats. We're gonna go back to prefabs and we're gonna be adding slime. So I'm gonna add slime red because we don't have anything red yet. 100 by 100 by 100, then 100 by 100 by 100, the yellow one. And finally, I will add the ghost brown, and ghost purple. We don't have anything purple yet, so for color balance purposes, we are adding this guy. Okay, so now we're gonna go to resources prefabs, and we can add all these guys to our prefabs now. I'm just gonna do this, and I cannot because multi-select prefab doesn't work. So I'm just gonna be adding an enemy controller. So now all of them have an enemy controller on them, so I can just copy paste them into my prefabs folder with no issue. Well, actually, I'm not gonna do that yet. There's one more thing that I want to add, and that is, oh, you know what? Maybe I can just do it. Yeah, I'll just do it, and then I will update all the prefabs. No problem. Slime red, bad yellow, bad green, rabbit yellow, and rabbit green. Okay, so we have all these guys, and to all of them I will be adding the nav mesh agent. We can see that this agent is gigantic, but we will just change the agent size to be, so you see the height is actually 2, so I wonder why it's so tall. So I'm gonna grab one of them and I'm gonna set up the agent. Speed, quality, pathfinding, that's fine, auto braking, but the height is way too tall and the radius is way too high. So I'm gonna be setting up the radius and the height correctly. I'm gonna go to navigation, agents, and I'm gonna add a new type. It's gonna be called monster. I cannot rename it apparently. Here, monster, and Ghost Violet is going to be a monster. And so we're gonna set up the monster to be, I cannot set it up over here apparently. Areas bake object. Okay, inspector, our agent is so large in comparison to our mesh that I am actually very surprised that this is the case. So we just reduce the size, I guess, to be equivalent or close enough to our guy here. 0.02, and then the height is gonna be 0.01. Okay, we go here, we're gonna get close and look at our agent. I think it has to do with the fact that this is 100 times larger. So radius is going to be 0.01, and height is fine, but it needs to be a little offset up, not down, up. So minus 0.01, no, that doesn't work. 0.5, 0.25 does work. Okay, apply that, and that is insanely small. I do wonder why it is that small, but that is the way it works. Okay, so that is my prefab for this guy, and I'm gonna be copying his data. I'm gonna apply that, and I will be copying his data to the ghost brown. Go for court. Of course, it's gonna be the same deal because it's the same object practically. I'm gonna go to slime yellow and see if by pasting this, it doesn't work quite well. Maybe if I hit 0 here, yeah, that's better. And the height doesn't matter all that much. In radius, I can make it a little bit larger, maybe 0.015, nope, 12, 11, yeah. And the height should be 0.015, yep, that works. Alright, slime yellow's agent is set up. Now we go to slime red, we right click and we do paste component values. Well, actually I'm gonna copy the slime yellow's agent and paste it on slime red. There we go, and now bad yellow will also get the slime red treatment, and then we will set up a little offset. I'm gonna actually move this guy a little up. Oh, that works, that's fine. He will be like floating a little bit. Well, actually, you know, I want to make him a little, flying a little higher. So I'm gonna set up this to be 0.01, no, 0.01, so that he is floating. There we go, that should look fine. Now we copy this boy, copy component, bad green, paste component. I'm gonna check out that he looks fine. He does look okay. Now we go to rabbit yellow, and he's also gonna get the paste component values thing here. No offset on his base, so he should look just okay. Then we will have the rabbit green. I'm gonna copy this, copy rabbit green, paste, And now we have everyone set up with their nav mesh properly adjusted. So I'm just gonna hit apply on all these guys to make sure that the navigation is correctly set up. They all have their enemy controller, they all have their stuff. That works. We now have all these prefabs completely well set up. All right. Now the next thing that we must create over here is spawn point, level, game manager. All right. We need to create some tower prefabs. So I'm gonna go to resources, 3D, simple low poly, and as I had mentioned before, I want these towers to be my tower. The level 5 towers, too small. I think they are all too small, but that should be fine. I'm just gonna increase the size to 10 by 10. This is my, let's say this is my bomb tower maybe. So I'm just gonna go to, I'm gonna create the other ones just to not have to. Tower level 1 is arrow tower, 10 by 10 by 10. Actually this is way too small, so 20 by 20 by 20. Nope. 15 by 15 by 15. I like numbers that are roundable by 5, if you haven't noticed. And then we have our ice tower that we got on the other pack. The style is a little different, but I still like it. So 10 by 10 by 10 is way too large. 5 by 5 5. That means that this guy could be a little smaller. That's too small. Maybe 7.5. That's fine. Yeah, they look fine. They look well next to each other. 12.5. 12.5. Nope. And 12.5. Yeah, there you go. So our towers don't look too large compared. It's too small. Yeah, I think I will keep the previous sizes, 15 by 15 by 15. And this guy can grow to 7.5. 7.5, 7.5, and this will have, of course, tower controllers, but this is the ice tower, a freeze tower controller, and you guy will have, this guy will have the arrow tower controller, and this guy will have the bomb tower controller, because these are my bomb tower. I'm gonna rename this to bomb tower. This guy will be called arrow tower. And finally, the mage tower will change its name to ice tower. And I'm gonna change this guy's crystal color to be blue, so that it looks like an actual freezing tower, not just by name. There we go. There. It's very blue now, so it works. I'm gonna go back to my resources folder, prefabs. I'm gonna add a folder called monsters, or yeah, monsters is fine. I'm gonna of course move all my monster prefabs to that folder. Organization is very important. I'm gonna create a new folder called levels. I will only probably have one level, but you get what I mean. And then I'm gonna create another folder, and it's gonna be called towers. And towers will be ice tower, arrow tower, bomb tower. What else do we need? There's one thing that I haven't created yet, which is the projectiles. So I need an arrow. Whoa, what's up with this? Okay, that's weird. I need an arrow. I think if I refresh, I need an arrow, a cannonball, and some sort of whatever that conveys ice, I guess. So we will create, I want the towers to still be there so that we can do that. So I'm gonna create a 3D object, sphere. This is gonna be my cannonball. And this is a sphere. I will create, I'm gonna put this into the prefabs. I'm gonna go to resources, materials, and I'll create a new material. And I will call this material lead metal cannonball. I don't care that much. So cannonball, we'll be having this material. I'm gonna move it over here so we can compare sizes to the tower's size. There we go. We will check out the cannonball size. Is this fine? I think a little smaller. So I'm gonna make this 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. 0.5. Now that looks like a small cannonball that is adjustable. Like it can come out of this window maybe, so it doesn't look impossible. So the color of course has to be blackish, darkish, grayish, a little more gray, and I want to have it bright. So I want to make it brighter. Can I find something cool to add as a material? Let me just get closer to that. Well, it would probably never be quite visible, and I don't have a beta map for it, so I'm just gonna add this, and it's gonna look pretty nice. I want it to be metallic, smoothness. There you go. That is a cannonball. So we have our cannonball set up. I'm gonna apply this, and now I will create the other object, which is the arrow projectile. So I'm gonna go 3D object, and it's gonna be a cylinder. My arrow will be a cylinder. I have no idea why that arrow spawned all the way over there. So I'm just gonna place a 0, 0, 0. I wanna see the grid so that I can place it correctly. There we go. Now that I can know where it is, I will turn off the grid. I will rotate it on the x-axis. Nope, on the y-axis. I know it's the z-axis. Yeah, just like that. So I'm just gonna have it 90 degrees rotated. Of course, the rotation is gonna change when the object is spawned, because we're gonna set a target, and we will set that this object to rotate toward the target, I guess, or maybe not. I'm not sure. We will find out. Maybe this can be like a barrel tower. We can get out of the normality of having an arrow tower. So yeah, cylinder, this is my arrow, and we'll create a new material, of course, and we're gonna copy this. I'm gonna make it into arrow material. Yeah, but I'm thinking that the arrow could have a head. Okay, let me make this way slimmer. Maybe longer-ish. Yeah, this arrow needs some sort of arrowhead, so I'm gonna be creating a new material yet again, and I'm gonna be calling it arrowhead. I'm gonna change the name of this to arrow, because that should not be called arrowhead. I mean arrow material. So this is my arrow material. I will change the color to be brownish, and to change the map to be whitish, brownish. That looks very strange. So I will remove the material, and I will change the color manually to brownish. There you go. That works. That looks just fine. So now I need a new object, and the arrowhead could be a cube. It's gonna be a very slim cube just here, and then I will rotate it so that one of the tips is the very head of our arrow. You will see it work in a second here. I'm gonna move it inside our arrow, and now we make it thicker. Rotate a little more. And we have a very strange but deadly arrow, I suppose. Maybe. Okay. There we go. So our arrows are quite weird, but it's fine. So this is the arrow head. We are adding this, and I will change the color of this material to be white. And actually, that's this map. I don't like this as an arrowhead map, so we change it to be this deadly looking red, maybe. Yeah, so it's like an explosive arrow or something. There we go. I could use other assets too, but I won't. Also, as you can see, we need a new script, and this script is gonna be called projectile, so that we can assign a target to our cannonball and our freeze and our arrows and all that stuff. So go to our arrow here, and then we add the projectile script. Then we go to our resources, prefabs, towers, and we add the arrow to hit this. Good. And then to the cannonball we add the projectile script, because the cannonball is also a projectile. Okay, so we delete this, we click and we check that this has the projectile, has the same colors, all works fine. So now we need the ice projectile. So what do we use for an ice projectile? We could use particles, but we probably don't have time to show or talk about particles too much, so I'm just going to create a new 3D object. And this 3D object is going to be basically just a sphere. I'm just going to clone the cannonball right here, move it up. I'm going to change the name to freeze shot, our ice ball. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to resources, material, create a new material. I'm going to call it ice. And our ice ball will have that. We're gonna change, of course, the color has to be blue. It is blue now. We're gonna get closer. I want it to be metallic so that it reflects like that. Looks good, like a marble, which is great. A beta alpha? No, metallic alpha is fine. Smoothness, maybe this is better. No, I want it to be like really weird. Okay, that works just fine. And I also want it to be larger than the other one, so I'm gonna make it 1, 1, 1. Looks a little more threatening. Also, the mage tower is way larger, so I'm gonna apply that. I'm gonna delete the ice ball. So we have our towers, our 3 towers. We have our balls of ice. We have our enemies. And I don't think we need anything else, do we? We have our basic script. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we are doing okay. All right, so now that that is all set up, I cannot see my grid. All right, now that we have all that set up, now we have, let's check out what we have. We have our prefabs, monsters. We have a ton of monsters. We have 1 level. We have a few towers, 3 towers with their respective projectiles, and as such we should be well ready. I'm gonna delete this non-used terrains, unused terrains. I'm gonna delete this. I'm not using this either. So we can see in our project view over here in our game view that this looks pretty nice, and when we add our towers and our enemies, it's gonna look even nicer. Oh, the one more thing that we can do before finishing session 2.3 is I'm gonna be adding the pathfinding. So I'm just gonna click on level on the ground, and we go to navigation, bake, or rather object. And since we have the ground, it's gonna be navigation statics. I want to generate off mesh links and navigation area walkable. So now we just go to bake and we click on bake, and it's gonna just be baking our walkable parts on our basically our structure here. So this is gonna be a very simple nav mesh, but it's gonna help us later. We can also set up parts that are not walkable, and that's our tower area. So when I click on tower area, go to object, and this is going to be navigation static. Yes, we don't want the children to be walkable, and we want to remove. We're going to make it not walkable. So they are no longer walkable. Now we go to tower area 2, we do the same thing. But yes, we're going to generate off mesh links and make it not walkable. And then the other thing that's not walkable, of course, is our objects. So basically all the decorations are not walkable objects. The thing is, we have to select them one by one. I don't think we need to do that, but you never know. So I'm just gonna wait. Basically, I'm just gonna wait and see how this works. So now we have to go to bake again. We're going to be, you see that agent radius and agent height is actually wrong. Why? Because it's assuming we have, I'm gonna delete the humanoid, I can't. And so our monster radius and height is way different than this. We can check out in our average monster here. We're gonna go to the prefabs, monsters. Our inspector will show us that our radius is 0.011 and our height is 0.015. So I'm gonna go ahead here and do 0.011, and this height is gonna be 0.015. You can even do, it's way too small. Okay, so that's fine, I guess. Step height 0.011. Nope, can't do so small. And then in monster, I will copy the same stuff, 0.011 and then 0.015. Step height cannot be this tall because of course our height is way smaller than that, and our slope cannot be either. But again, we're not using, as you can see here, our agents are not updated either. So 0.0, oh, that's why. This can slow down the build. If you intended to allow the target to move close to the borders and walls, please adjust the voxel size in advanced settings to ensure correct bake. Okay, so advanced settings, let's check that out. Three voxels per agent radius. What about if I do this? Number of voxels per agent radius is too small. Agent radius 0.5. No. Still too small? Okay, so I want to see what happened with this guys. Rabbit green. It's these models that are very strange. Mesh and rig mesh. Quality auto. Sensor extent, lighting, dynamic, whatever. None of that matters. These meshes are very strange. Just check the navigation for this mesh. And I'm gonna go to rabbit green. Oh, so yeah, I get what happens. So basically I have this set up as 100, 100, 100. It should be 1, 1, 1, and then I increase the size of the mesh and the rig to 100, 100, 100. So this way I can have my guy just be radius whatever, height whatever. So I can have him be like height 1. Okay, yeah, so that's what I was doing wrong before. You should set up your stuff to, like your mesh and your rig are the ones who should increase their sizes, not the base object. So that's why my mesh was acting all strange. So I'm just gonna be correcting that right now before ending the session. But this is done. I'm just gonna be correcting this. So if you guys wanna skip maybe, yeah, so that you see that it's very fitting. It makes sense. So rabbit green, radius 1, height 1, apply, and then we copy this, copy component, and we're gonna delete rabbit green from the scene, add rabbit yellow, and we're gonna be changing this to 111, and then the rig and the mesh are gonna be changed to 100 by 100 by 100, and the navigation boy is gonna be base component values 1, 1. I'm gonna change it again. I'm gonna go to our slime, both of them. I'm gonna change them at the same time. So I'm gonna do 1, 1, 1, and now I will select the rig and mesh to do 100 by 100 by 100. Now they're the right size, and now their navigation will be base component values. It's the same navigation, it works just fine. And now I will apply, and then I will apply this. I'm gonna check that these two guys, as you can see, this did not get saved because I probably didn't hit apply. So I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna do 1, 1, 1. Then I'm gonna increase the size of my mesh and my rig to 100 by 100 by 100. 100, I said. Then in Rabbit Yellow, right click, paste component values, apply. Continue on to Ghost. Ghost is about the same issue. Both of them are going to be about the same. So I'm going to just click on this and do 1, 1, 1. And then we will open it, select everything and do 100 by 100 by 100. And finally, we will adjust their navigations to be 1, 1. And as you can see, it's a little offset, but that's fine. And so same 1, 1 works just fine, I think. The height is a little off, so I could adjust it, but I don't care that much because it doesn't have to be, since this is not a highly important detection thing. Doesn't matter all that much. It just that height matters for jumping, and they will not be jumping. So then we have bad yellow and bad green. We'll be selecting both of them. We'll be doing 1 by 1 by 1, and then we will select the rig and the mesh for each of them and do 100 by 100 by 100. This makes sense. So I'm gonna select both of them, and I'm gonna hit 1 radius, 1 height, and actually I will make them a little taller than that. Not that it matters too much. So now I hit apply on both of them, and now I check that the ghosts have the apply, which they do. We delete this, we go back to the navigation tab, and now we set our agents correctly. So my monster is 1, 1 basically. My step height has to be way higher, and for my humanoid I also do 1, 1, just because the humanoids don't really exist in this world yet. Maybe you can add a humanoid that you may want. So now we will bake. I want to adjust manual voxel size, agent radius, agent 1, step taken should be less than whatever. Okay, we do this. Step height should be less than agent height. Oh, okay, I get it. So step height is too high there. Okay, that is my step height. Drop height, let's say if we had drops, I guess 1, 1. Then we bake it, and now we have our new nav mesh, which actually, I love this shadow, which actually works just fine. Also, this light, I'm gonna just do this to show you. I'm gonna move the light a little bit like that. Where's my light source? I'm gonna hint inspector, add intensity to this light. It should be a directional light, but it doesn't seem like it. Okay, so I just revert this intensity change. I'm gonna be moving this like that, and we can see that it looks like the day is passing. So we can play with that. We can whenever it's like this, we can change this color to blue, and it looks like it's nighttime. And so we can like lerp between the colors. Basically, whenever it goes like that, we can turn it into yellow, and then when it goes on the other side, it will turn to some sort of dark type of light. We can see it in game like this. It's never nighttime because we're not lerping, but that's the whole point. We should lerp. But yeah, now that we are done with everything, the setup is ready. We have our prefabs and our basic scripts, and that is it for this session. This next session is session 3, with intro, where we're going to be talking about what's going to happen during session 3. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you have been learning greatly how to create a basic game world that we'll be using in future tutorials. So thank you for watching. I will see you very soon. Hello everyone, welcome to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 3 intro. I'm going to be talking about what procedure or what the objectives are in session 3. So basically in this session we'll be doing the most logical thing to start with after having the game world. We're going to make our enemies move around the game map and attack our headquarters. But of course for this, first we need the headquarters to be a thing. So in session 3.1 we'll have the headquarters, which is this object over here. We're going to code it, we're going to be attaching a script, we're going to be just letting it be damaged, basically be destroyed, and communicate that the game has ended to our game manager. It's not going to be a big, that session is not going to be that big. Then during session 3.2 we're going to do a base enemy controller that we already have. Then we're going to be changing that enemy to be a big enemy or a fast enemy, which the sessions will be short, but they're going to be growing on the base enemy session. So basically we're going to be setting up ourselves for the game lose condition more than the game victory condition. The game victory condition will come later during the game flow sessions, but yeah, we need to set up our enemies to decide where to go, to spawn, to maybe do waves and all that stuff, these kinds of usual base defense slash tower defense slash hero defense games. So yeah, that's basically what we're going to be doing during session 3. Is going to be a pretty interesting coding session. For new people, you're going to learn how to use nav mesh, how to use random decisions for your enemies. Maybe we can add weights to the paths, I'm not sure yet. And the headquarters, we will be learning how to create basically a base or a way for other objects to harm a stationary object, or in general they can fight each other, of course, but in this case we're going to apply that to a stationary object, which is our base, and our enemies are going to be walking to it and attacking it with animations. We're going to be using animation based gameplay. That's my objective. I think that can work pretty nicely with our animators that we have set up over here. They'll probably have the same animations on them. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that kind of thing, and definitely stay around because these videos are gonna get interesting and more interesting as we go along with the coding. So thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you back during session 3.1, which is gonna be headquarters. Hello everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. So in this session, which is 3.1, we're going to be coding a little bit about the headquarters. We're going to be allowing the headquarters to be hurt, allowing the headquarters to be healed, and basically that sort of thing. It's not going to be a too complicated session, but we need to do this headquarters coding. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on my headquarters. Actually, it has the wrong name, so I'm going to change the name to headquarters. And as you can see, it's a little too small, so we're going to make it a little larger so it's more representative of a headquarters base. And we will also add a script to it. So I'm going to go to scripts, and we don't have any headquarters scripts, so we're going to be creating a new script here. I'm going to call it headquarters controller. Okay, so we will go ahead and add it over here, and this headquarters controller must have some different, basically essentially some different I guess members, right? Some different properties. So basically the first thing that we need to add is a health amount. So I'm gonna do public int health. I think int is fine. Now I'll do a public float health. This health amount is gonna be a float, and then we will delete all of this stuff that Unity adds in the beginning because I don't think we need it. The other thing that we need for this headquarters controller is we need to add a collider to our headquarters, and since this is mostly not important, I'm just gonna make this 100. This is a mostly not important collider. It doesn't matter that it's precise or not. We're gonna add a box collider to it, and as you can see, it adapts pretty nicely to our objects. Not too far, not too close. It doesn't matter too much because it might be used for clicking and that's about it. And also we got to set it to navigation static, because this guy is not a walkable object. Our enemies cannot walk around or inside. Well, they can work around the object but not inside this object, so we just have to make sure that this is baked into our nav mesh as a not walkable. You can see that the nav mesh changed over here. It has now this little tip over here that doesn't allow enemies to walk inside our object. So the next thing that we should do here with our headquarters is in the script add a couple functions to change the health. So basically we will have a public void damage, and it's gonna take in a float damage, and then we'll have a public void heal, and of course it's gonna take a float health, and basically our, well, I guess increase or maybe amount, and this is of course also gonna be amount. And for health we do health, for healing we do health plus amount. It's a very simple script. And then for damage we do health minus equals amount. And with this, anyone can access my headquarters and can change the values and can also read the health. This will help for user interface mostly, and actually we will be creating a user interface for the health of this object right now. I want to make the UI sessions a little less UI dependent. We want every session to have some user interface in them. So for this I'm going to add an image, and let's check our canvas out. In this health image is going to be on the top left of our screen. I guess that fits all right. I will actually move here to the inspector, and in the inspector we will add a sprite for this image. We're gonna check on the sprites that we downloaded. There are many of these sprites, and of course the classic one is just having a red object. I'm gonna set, it's not gonna be a raycast target, and we will change the image type to filled so that it can be filled horizontally. I'm gonna do it horizontal, and we're gonna have it decrease or increase depending on the health. I think the size is actually pretty nice. I will increase it just one little bit. If you press shift, you will keep the same aspect ratio as you've had before pressing shift. And then we will add a small text element. This is going to be my headquarters health, and then we will have, well, this is the health image, and then we will have our headquarters health text. We're going to add a new UI text, headquarters health text title. Basically that's all we want to have here. Then we will add a little text that says health. I'm gonna move it all the way on this side. Just let me drag it over here. We have to increase the size of this text, of course, because it's way too small, will not be readable. And we increase the font size like that. We make it center vertically. We can change the font to one of the fonts that the package Simple UI has this pretty nice font that I actually like a lot. And then the next thing that we will do is we will create a button to test the health. So I'm gonna create a button that's called healing, and we're gonna create a button that's called damage. Basically, whenever I click each of these buttons, that function will be applied to the health of our friend, the headquarters. So I'm going to increase the size of these buttons to be more or less the same, like this maybe, and then I change the text to be damage HQ. Of course, increase the text size to, let's say, 50, and then we go to healing and we do the same, heal HQ, and we increase the text size to 50, and I think the positioning of this text is alright. So the next thing that we must do is we must grab the buttons, and I'm gonna just click these are test buttons, so it doesn't matter much how they work. I'm just gonna pull this headquarters object here. I'm gonna select the button heal, headquarters controller heal, and I'm gonna add float 11.5, and then in damage I will add another float headquarters, and we will add headquarters controller damage 11.5. The thing here is, as you can see, there's no connection between our headquarters and the user interface. So basically what the user interface will have is, of course, you want to change this name to gameplay UI. Sorry about that, I was taking a little sneeze. So basically this guy is going to be called gameplay UI, and of course we need a gameplay UI controller. So we're going to go ahead and create a C# script called gameplay UI controller. I'm going to wait until Unity processes it, and of course a gameplay UI controller will be taking in the headquarters as a reference. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to double click on this guy. I'm going to create a public headquarters controller. I'm going to call it headquarters, and in update, or rather, yeah, I think an update is fine. So update, we create an update. We say we also need a, of course, public image. Oh, we need to add using Unity Engine UI, and in this case, I'm going to just adjust the text over here. I'm going to change this to be an actual image, and we will create an image called health display. Then we'll go ahead and in update we will say that if health display dot fill amount is not equals to headquarters dot health divided by 100, then health display dot fill amount should be equals to headquarters dot health divided by 100. So this way it will shift 100. It will shift left and right appropriately whenever we damage the headquarters. Of course, this is not the optimal way to do it, but since this is a prototype, we can take a little liberty on how to do this thing. And even if you have a game with this sort of code, you will not really affect it that much. But the real correct way to do it is to, whenever you change the health, this guy gets notified and changes the thing. This is a way to notify, just not too straightforward way, basically. So we go to our gameplay UI, we add our health image, and we add our headquarters, and then we hit play, and we will see our scene, of course. And then when we hit damage, it will lower the health, and when we hit heal, we will increase the health. So as you can see, there's a problem there. The heal sometimes overheals the headquarters, so you can see that a headquarters will have 200 health instead of having max 100. So the way that we fix that is by going to the headquarters controller and saying on the damage, well, the damage being lower than 0, what happens is we're gonna do a public void loose, and so here we check if health is less than 0 or less or equals to 0, then loose. And for heal, if health is more than 100, which is our max health, all times 100% has to be our max health, of course. So if health is more than 100, we will just set health to be equals to 100, and that way we are making sure that this is for later, so we mark it as to do. We are making sure that our health is not getting overhealed. I think 100 is the right number, since we can go in percentiles. Actually, we can break it down pretty hard, since as you can see here, it deals 11.5 damage. An enemy could deal 0.5, 0.25, and that is why it is a, I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna go to damage, and I'm gonna change it to show you guys 0.5, and so it's gonna be a small tick of damage, and if we heal 11.5, it just goes all the way up. We can see our headquarters health is 94. We can click, it's gonna go down by the 0.5 multiplier. So that is the way that we are dealing with our precious friend the headquarters. It's a very simple script with a little just a little couple functions and a little UI display, and that is more than enough to start with our enemies. Also, during these sessions, we're gonna do base enemy and big enemy and fast enemy might have other types of coding in it, so stay tight, stay close, stay near, and we'll be able to enjoy good learning. So I'm gonna do a small recap now. And basically what we did was we created a health display bar, a heal button, and a damage button for the headquarters, and then we added a script to our headquarters that allows us to heal and damage it. And we also are checking for whenever it's in 0 we will lose. It's not yet defined what lose will do, but it will do something. And then we also have the health being max 100 and minimum 0, and this way we have a great setup to start with our series of teaching on how to create a base defense game in Unity. So thank you for watching, and we'll continue in a second with session 3.2 base enemy. I will be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 3.2, which is called base enemy. We're going to be coding the base behavior of our enemy controller to then continue on to create two types of enemies, which is going to be the big enemy and the fast enemy. And for sure we're also going to be doing in section 3.4 enemy automatic generation, which is a new addition that I just think that is very necessary to our tutorial series so that it doesn't get too bloated by the end. So the first thing we need to do is we need to instantiate one of our friends, the resources, prefabs, enemies, monsters. So we're going to pick one of these monsters. We're going to pick rabbit green, and so we're going to add the enemy controller to this guy. And oh, that's already added. Okay, that's already added over here. I'm gonna check if this guy needs a collider. Maybe it does. We'll check it later. So the first thing we need to do is we need to hit play and see how this guy behaves by himself. Nothing is happening. He's just standing there. That is good. And as such, what we need to do is we need to, of course, code the enemy controller. And the way we'll do that is we need also our enemy manager needs to be instantiated over here, which he is. So let's double click on enemy manager, and the first thing that the enemy manager will need is the level data. So this is all an additive thing. So basically I'm gonna have a public level controller, I guess, level, and not really, so yeah, level control is fine. So we're gonna have to do a few things in this tutorial because we need to add all the information we need into the enemy manager for it to be able to work with the enemy. So the enemy manager needs to know the spawn points. So basically we need a public transform array spawn points, and we might need to create a double-sided array, like a double-dimensional array, two-dimensional array, because we need the path and then the index in that path. So remember our paths, if we go to our navigation points, we have 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, and so on and so forth. So this is the way that our waypoints will work. So let's see actually if we can add these directly into the manager, which I don't think so. No, we cannot add them directly. So just gonna have this be one-dimensional array. I mean, I can make it a two. That is fine. So one-dimensional array will appear here. So we just need to add all our waypoints into the spawn points array and then distribute them as required. So we're gonna click on this, and we're gonna add all these guys to our spawn points array. 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Or I mean, there's so many ways to do this, but I'm just gonna go with this. I suppose I could adjust it later if we need to. So 2, 1, 2, 2, we have all our array of spawn points over here, and we need to discern which one, how to discern around them. So we need to organize them basically in order. So the way that we'll do that is it could be by name. It could be, well, it could easily be by name, I suppose. So let's just try this. I'm gonna create a private transform array of 2, a range of 2 dimensions, and I'm gonna call it arrange spawn points. And I'm wrong, it's not called spawn points, it's actually called navigation points. So I'm gonna create navigation points, and here arrange navigation points, and as such we will be arranging them. So I'm gonna create a private transform two-dimensional array called arrange navigation points, and this is gonna take in a transform array, one-dimensional array navigation points, and there we go. And now we will create our transform that our transform two-dimensional array that we're gonna return is gonna be called, of course, return array. It's gonna be a new this thing, and we don't know how big this is gonna be yet, and that is like part of our problem. I need to think about how we're gonna check out how we're gonna arrange these navigation points by name, or I could just have a navigation points transform a path. So this would be like a separate path, and we can organize it. Yeah, I think that's fine. Path 0, navigation path 1, navigation path 2. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna do it that way so that it's way easier, a little less convoluted. Just this, we're gonna assign the paths by name in our enemy manager so that we can pass in the path very cleanly to our object. So we have the navigation point. Why is it called point? No, navigation path 0. It's of course going to be our 0, and basically what we'll do with each level is have different paths. We could have, I mean, each level max we can have 3 paths, but we can adjust that depending on the level and all that kind of stuff. So path 0 is going to be waypoint 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Path 1 is going to be 1, 2, and 3, and path 2 is going to be 1, 2, and 3. So now we have our paths very well set up. Our level is this guy that, well, he doesn't have a level controller yet, so I'm gonna add a level controller to my level, of course, very important. And my level should have information about all of this, but it's not the time for this yet. That's for session 3.4. So what's our base enemy needs? So our base enemy needs just a few things. Our base enemy needs to have, you need to have a private animator Tor, there you go, animator. I'm gonna change this to this, there you go. And it needs to have a set of waypoints. So private transform array is going to be my waypoints, which is basically the navigation points that I said just now. So we're going to have a public void initialize, which for now is only going to take a transform array waypoints. And since we know that these waypoints are organized, we need to be traveling to the waypoints with our nav mesh. So I'm gonna go ahead and add another. So we're gonna add another variable. It's gonna be our nav mesh agent. But as you can see, it's not available immediately. So we need to add one of these usings. We're gonna click here, and we need to use any Unity engine.ai. So we're dealing with artificial intelligence up in here basically, and so we're gonna just copy this waypoints. It's gonna be equal to waypoints, and we're gonna start working with these waypoints and try to get to our nav mesh agent. So how do we do that? We need to start the coroutine, a coroutine. We're gonna start coroutine, and this coroutine is gonna be called move through waypoints, and it's of course gonna take in our waypoints. We might not even need to store them, so we're gonna generate this, and this is very wrong. Is an enumerator move through waypoints, and yeah, it's correct that it's not implemented yet, so we have to create this coroutine. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing is that we need to do is we will say nav mesh agent. Well, nav mesh agent, I need to do that before all of this stuff. Nav mesh agent equals get component nav mesh agent, of course, nav mesh agent. So we're gonna get our nav mesh agent, which is this component over here, navigation component for Unity's navigation controller. Component that will allow us to traverse our waypoint. So basically, we're gonna set destination to waypoints 0. That position, of course, I forget position. And so the thing about this is we need a new int, and it's gonna be called current waypoint, and of course it's gonna be 0, and we're gonna add current waypoint right here. Current waypoint is gonna be like that. So we are gonna be waiting. So we're gonna wait until new, you'll return new wait until. We're gonna wait until, well, actually wait while, and we wanna wait while nav mesh agent BC nav mesh agent, whoops, sorry, nav mesh agent dot moving. There's one function that allows us to check, but I always forget it. So we're gonna go ahead and check over here. Desired velocity is on, is moving. Path and position, path pending, path status, complete, partial, invalid, renderer, remaining distance. Okay, so while the remaining distance is more than 0.5f, we're gonna be waiting. So what is the complaint here? Cannot convert from bools to system.func bool. So we'll check cannot convert from bool to system.func bool in Google. We're gonna check it out right now. Wanna check this. So he wants us to do something like this, maybe. What does this say? Comma expected. Comma. So usually what happens here is it expects a comma. Let me just check again in the website. Let me see. So can I convert lambda expression to type bool? Let's check in Unity. So this is good to have some of this stuff. Well, actually, I want to check into wait until Unity, I'm going to check the scripting API. We will check the way this works. So we just go into the scripting API because I want to wait until, and I am sure this is easy to do, just have to remember how to do it. Wait until frame. Okay, so I was doing it the wrong way, so we do this like that, and we delete this part that I added over here, and that is correct. So we wait while nav mesh agent that remaining distance is more than 0.5. As soon as that's done, we will continue to increase the waypoint position, right? So we would do current waypoint plus plus, but there's a problem. We need to repeat it as many times as waypoints that we have, so we're going to do a while. So while current waypoint is less than waypoints that length, we will do all these instructions. So we will see if Unity hits me or not. Sometimes Unity might try to kill me because I'm trying to do something wrong here. So we will see how this works. And nav mesh agent that move, apply relative movement. No, I don't want to move it like that. I want to make sure that this is going to move correctly. So well, we're just going to do it this one time. And so the enemy controller, as you can see, needs some help with initialization. So we're gonna do just for simulation right now, we're gonna create a start method that will initialize this, and my enemy manager, I'm gonna make it public static so that we can access all the waypoints from everywhere. So public static enemy manager instance, and we're gonna go on awake and create the instance thing. So if instance is null, I'm gonna explain this in a second, then instance is this, else debug.log more than one enemy manager in the scene. So basically what this does is, by having a public static variable, you can access it from any other script, because you are saying, well, there's only going to be one of these in my scene, and then we will say that our instance, if it doesn't exist in the scene, which is it shouldn't, our manager will be that instance of the enemy manager. So only one guy, only one object of this type will exist in the scene, and that way we can access this information. So my enemy controller is gonna go ahead in the start method where the instance already exists and say enemy manager dot instance dot waypoints navigation path 0. I think it's fine. So we will check out if that works correctly for our guy. So we're gonna initialize this enemy controller with that. So we're gonna check if there's any errors in the code, and there is not. So we have our guy, and we will check out if Unity blows up or not with this code. We're gonna hit play, and it does blow up. Set destination can only be called an active agent that has been placed in a nav mesh. Get remaining distance can only be called an inactive agent that has been placed on a nav mesh. So we do have our agent, and the agent is active. So why is it complaining? So monster, everything should be fine. Area mask, walkable, not walkable, jump. Let's see, nav mesh agent dot, let's see, area mask, angular speed, compare tag. There's something I'm forgetting. What would it be? So get area costing component, it's active and enabled, it's on nav mesh. We need to see if this guy is on nav mesh. So I'm gonna actually debug.log that. It's very important to check your navigation agents to see if they are bound to the nav mesh. Oh, Let's try that again. Okay, so as of course the nav mesh agent, it says it's not bound to the nav mesh. So I'm gonna go ahead and navigation, and I'm gonna bake this guy. Doesn't seem like he has any issues. Agents, object, select a mesh render. Oh, so we have this guy. He doesn't seem to. Any controller, animator, mesh. So the problem is my mesh render is under, like below in the. So what happens if I just remove this component? And that was a mistake. I'm gonna copy the other component. This guy. I'm gonna copy him. I'm gonna paste him over here. Paste component is new. I'm gonna apply that to the prefab. I'm gonna go ahead and say get component in children. And also now I'm gonna go to navigation. And I'm gonna check out that this guy is a member of my scene, mesh renderers. So the problem that we have is that this guy, our rabbit, is not being rendered, is not being counted as a mesh renderer. Basically, that's a problem. So that happens probably because he doesn't have collision. So I'm gonna add some collision to him. I'm gonna a box collider. I'm gonna move that box collider upward. And I'm gonna hit the center to be up here. Maybe this way it will listen to my guy. No. So I'm gonna check. This is very strange. It doesn't happen. Let's see what it says. Can only be called on an active agent that has been placed on a nav mesh. So we're gonna go ahead and check out this thing. It says nav mesh agent not placed on a mesh, which is very strange. I'm gonna go ahead and read this. The error server I don't know, nav mesh error. There are some mistakes that people do with nav mesh agents. Please nav mesh agent below nav mesh level is to throw this error. To avoid this, please use nav mesh agent little bit higher than nav mesh. Changing game objects transform after initializing. If a game object's position changes via code, nav mesh agent may be stuck. So okay. So what about if I do? Let me just change this back. Change that back to that, and I'm gonna remove the nav mesh agent that I have on mesh. It doesn't actually, it's not there, which is good. Oh, nope. Skin mesh render quality, bounce, lighting material. Doesn't seem to have any issues there. So I will remove the box collider too, and I'm gonna move the nav mesh agent up just a little bit to see if that works, because that guy says in the thing that it can be that, but it's not. So I'm gonna warp him. I'm going to do nav mesh agent down warp. I'm gonna warp him to waypoint 0. Of course, that position, why not? And see how this guy fares. Still complaining. Set destination can only be called an active agent that has been placed on a nav mesh. So it says that the agent's not active. Whoop. Quality, high quality. Doesn't seem that it's not active. So let's go check out this thing again. Navigation corrupted. There's a problem. Rebaking. Thank you for replying. Spent the last hour trying all these options. Blah 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 blah. Navigation bake. Can we bake this? Doesn't seem like this guy is part of our main region area and hide mesh. I want to see the hide mesh. So we have a problem with this navigation agent. Agents, monster. What is the problem? So let me just go ahead and check the Unity nav mesh agent. Unity. I'm gonna go and check this. Components at the mobile character. See the navigation section of the manual for further details. So I'm gonna go ahead and check that out. Navigation overview. How to setting an nav mesh agent. Yeah, but that is not the right thing. What I'm looking for. Creating a nav mesh agent. Once you have a nav mesh bait for your level, blah 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 blah, component in a simple script, you can see that this guy needs a mesh renderer and a collider. So we're gonna go ahead and add the collider as instructed, and the mesh renderer must be also on this object. So we will copy, copy this. We're gonna copy component and I will paste it again on here. So I'm gonna paste component as new. And then we will change this and copy this, copy component and add it to the mesh. Paste component is new. And of course we can't see the collider. I am wondering why. Oh, it's gigantic because of the scale change, I guess. It's a problem. Both of them are gigantic, right? Yep. That is not what I need. I'm gonna remove this component, It's not the way that it would work. Nav mesh agent, why do you have to be a problem at this stage of the tutorial? So, steering, speed, radius, cylinder, nav mesh agent, simple nav mesh agent setup and ready to receive commands, nav mesh component. Okay, so what about if I just try that with the collider? No, it doesn't work. So let's see nav mesh agent dot mesh is on nav mesh owner, send message, outer traverse. So nav mesh agent doesn't like me. Apparently, well, it doesn't like this object, doesn't like this guy. Let's try this with a cube. I'm just gonna add a mesh renderer here. I mean, that works, I don't know. No. What about navigation object? Yeah, you can see that the mesh renderer works now. Like I can bake this navigation static blah blah. I can just bake. Nope. Nope. But oh, it did work. Set destination. You saw that it worked, so it moved the nav mesh agent a little forward. Was that happening before? So I'm just gonna go ahead and see agents, inspector. Was that happening before I did this? Play. Oh yeah, it is working. It was working. Okay, so let's check out navigation again, services, navigation bake. So we will the agents bake, clear, and then bake again. So this guy is just not working with the nav mesh. This doesn't like the navigation thing. Doesn't work at all. It says that it's off nav mesh. So let's just try with a new object. If that works, we might forgo the monsters because of the model. So cube, I'm going to go ahead and the rabbit, and I'm going to remove him remove the enemy controller, deactivate it, and deactivate the nav mesh too. I'm going to set him back over there, and we're going to grab the cube, I'm gonna move him back here, and we will add a nav mesh agent, and we'll add an enemy controller, and we'll click play and see what happens. Yeah, you can see that the problem is the model. So what does the cube have? You can see that the cube is rocking the path all the way to the base, and it's gonna stop right there. And we can actually go to our enemy controller. We can change the waypoints to be this, and we can hit play again. He will go a different, I hope he goes a different path. He did not. Did I set the paths wrong? It's because of the warp, probably. That is not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was this, actually. It's dumb. So I changed the path to the other path, and now it should look better. Yeah, we'll see that this guy is gonna move over there. He's not well, he is respecting actually the, yeah, he's just taking the shorter path to that middle point, and then he's moving, as you can see, to this point over here. And then he will stop on this side because I made the path wrong. The last point in all the paths, so has to be, we're gonna go ahead and go to this guy, where's my manager's object here. The last point on all the path, it has to be waypoint 02 because it's the one in front of the house. So we're gonna add this here, and we're gonna add that over here. We're gonna hit play. I'm gonna check out that our cube walks the right way. He's gonna do this, and then here, and then come here and turn over there. So that way our towers will have time to attack him as many times as possible. But you can see that he's actually being smart about it and taking the middle point between the points, and that's because I set the remaining distance to be 0.5. I have to set it a little smaller so that there is more space. But also we're going to check out why our rabbit doesn't want to take the right path, the right way. So we will see our cube. It has a voxel lighter, mesh render, and cube and mesh filter. So this has a skinned mesh render, maybe that's different. But I'm not actually gonna worry too much about it. Maybe if I make the rabbit a child of the cube, and I move into 0, 0, 0, I can just whack the rabbit with the cube on the bottom. Yeah, okay, so that is definitely what we're going to do. I will turn off my mesh render to see if that still works. So yeah, that is what we call smart lice. I just grab the cube that I know works, and I place the rabbit on top, and it's like a piece or a pawn in the chess game. And you can see that this guy is going straight to the middle without much care in the world. He's just arriving there. And what we want them to do when they arrive, the enemies, I want them to attack. So here I will set attack, and we will do a private void attack, or rather I could just turn on an enumerator. This could be another enumerator, so when we finish this one we start this one, but this is going to be an animation. So basically what we're going to be saying, we're going to have actually to set this to public. We're going to have to change the prefabs a little bit, and we're going to set our animators to attack. But the thing that we have to do is we're going to take a look. This guy's going to turn around and look at the headquarters. Level controllers must have a public headquarters controller headquarters, so that we can know the position for the enemy controller, and this guy is just gonna be attacking, looking at our headquarters. So basically enemy manager that headquarters, the instance the headquarters. What is wrong with this? Why did I place the headquarters? Oh, level controller, of course. Level headquarters. So we're gonna be doing transform that look at, transform that look at headquarters, that position. Oh, transform the position, okay. And now we are going to be turning around toward the headquarters. Well, that's what I expect to happen at least. These two guys have to be aligned. This is gonna be like my transport. Best right green transport. So I'm gonna hit play and see how that works. And then we'll be remaking or basically adjusting the, I'm gonna set the speed a little higher so that he walks way faster. And then he should be turning around. He's gonna, the game's gonna complain actually. Yep, because we don't have a reference to the level controller. So the level controller doesn't know what the headquarters are. So I'm gonna just add the headquarters here. And this guy will say that my headquarters was null. Or that the, oh yeah, the enemy manager doesn't know about the level yet, I think. He doesn't know the level, so we're gonna add the level over here. We're gonna hit play. Oh, I forgot to. I have to increase the speed again. I'm gonna increase it to 10. So this guy goes fast. You can see that in the end, he's gonna do this cute loop over here, and then you see that he turned around and is looking at the headquarters. So I'm gonna change. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and change the navigation point 02 to be way closer over here, so that they can come in really close to this house and attack it. As required, and we have this like that. That works all good. And when they attack, what's gonna happen when they attack? So I'm gonna grab my enemy controller. The animator is gonna be this guy's animator, and of course you're not gonna be an enemy anymore. You're just the graphic representation of the enemy. And this animator doesn't really have anything, like doesn't have animations, doesn't have much. So what I'm gonna be doing with this is I'm gonna create a new animation to just try to make it easy to do. But if it's too complicated, then we will not do animations, because that is not the aim of the tutorial. I'm just gonna save it over there. I'm gonna check if the animator has anything. It doesn't have anything. We're gonna check if the well, as I thought, it does have attack, move, and all that sort of good stuff. So our animator does have these states, it's just not created. So we're gonna go ahead and we already have the animator, as you can see here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and create a state empty. This is gonna be my walk. You see here that the package brought a few animations. So I'm gonna go to rapid move. This is my first and most important state, move. And we will set it by float. No, I don't want it to be a float. I want it to be a trigger. And the trigger is going to be called move. And that doesn't matter too much, because we need a trigger for attack. And we'll create a new state called attack. And we will of course get the motion, that is rapid attack, and we're gonna move this from this to this. And we don't want exit time, we want this to be always cycling. Like as soon as we get to attack, the enemies will not stop attacking. So the transition is of course when the trigger attack is active. We can delete this trigger because this is gonna go straight in to that. And let's see how that works. Of course, attack will never get activated, but as you can see, move does get activated correctly. So we go ahead here, and when we do attack, we will set a private bool attacking to true. I'm gonna do false at first, and as soon as we start attacking, we will do attacking is true, and then in update we will say if we are attacking, then animator that set trigger attacking, and then, or rather attack, I think is the right name. So yeah, it's attack. And so as soon as we start attacking, we will see that the animation should change. So I'm going to change the speed of this guy to be 15, just so that we don't have to wait too much until they get to the point. We'll wait a little bit. Okay, so it's moving real fast. You can see that he's very confused. There we go. Then he stops. And now we see that he's attacking the thing. Well, he finished attacking the thing, apparently. Oh, so the animation has this weird offset in the end. You can go check that out in the animation itself. We can close that. So the way we do that is we go to project, we click on the animation, we see that it says rabbit attack, we stop this, we edit the animation, and it says a bunch of stuff, but we have loop time, loop pose, and we don't want cycle offset. So when we hit play, we'll see the attack animation working properly, I hope. We're gonna go back to the animator, we're gonna click on, yeah, we'll apply that. We're gonna click on that, we see speed mirror, cycle offset, no cycle offset. This should be fine. And the speed, as you saw, was actually not being fast enough because it didn't have enough angular speed, so I'm gonna increase that to 200. I'm gonna continue. So we start running. He didn't touch the point properly because it's going too fast. But now that it did, it will continue on. And then we will see that it will stop moving and start attacking. And we see that the attacking animation loops now. And so what's the point here? We're gonna go to this point in the animation. We're gonna click on this. I don't know why it is. Oh, of course, because it's this guy. So we see that this is the attack animation. We can click here and do attack, and we'll go as far as possible. We can see here that our guy will obey the animation, and we will end the animation when it hits the house right here. We'll add a new parameter. We'll add we can't, so we'll oh yeah, we can record. Can we not edit this thing? Read only. So okay, it says read only. You have to clone the animation basically. So we're gonna go to project, and I'm gonna create a duplicate of this. I'm gonna copy, or rather I'm gonna show in Explorer, and I will do this. Whoops, no, not that. Control C, Control B, and we'll see that in Unity it will appear over here. That is rabbit level 1 copy. Why is that the case? No. Oh yeah, it's attacking, okay. No, that's not what I wanted. What the hell? I only want a copy of the animation. Control D, maybe? Yeah, there we go. So that is my copy. Mine. We're gonna go to our animator. We're gonna add that as the actual animation, my. And now we can go to the animation, and we can go to rabbit attack my, and we can edit the animation. When it attacks the house at this point, this is the highest point of the attack, we'll add an event. And this event is gonna have a function. And as you can see, this guy doesn't seem to have any functions for our animator. And that has to do with the fact that it doesn't have any functionality, but we can definitely add one somehow. Add event, no function selected. I think we can do some sort of script. I'm gonna go to script. I'm gonna create just a basic script, animation, to damage. Now I'm gonna just make it into, I'm gonna create I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna create an enemy animation communicator, and And then with this, we will communicate with the other functionalities. So basically, we're gonna just make a test with public void damage headquarters, and then we're gonna also add public void get damaged. This is exactly why we need more than one of these enemy tutorials, enemy videos, because this always takes a longer time than you ever imagined. So actually, I'm going to stop this one video now, and the next one we're gonna finish this enemy animation communicator so that our animation can attack and get hurt by other objects such as the towers and any other spell or anything that wants to attack it. Actually, this get damage is not probably gonna end up here, but this one will stay depending on how much damage our guy has. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back. Please continue on with session 3.3, which is the next session, big and fast enemies, and it's gonna contain, of course, more development on the enemies themselves. So thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. So basically what's going on is we moved forward on our base enemy, and this tutorial, session 3.3, is supposed to be for big and fast enemies. So of course we have to keep growing our base enemies, so that's what we're going to do. We were about to do the animation attack on the headquarters. So for damaging headquarters, I need a public float damage. And this is of course going to do enemy manager dot instance dot headquarters. Don't think that is possible, but level that headquarters at damage, and we will do our current damage as damage amount. And this is going to happen every time the rabbit jumps forward in their animation that we're going to adjust right now. We'll finish adjusting this animation, and then we'll adjust all other animations to do this damage. So click on here. No function selected, and I still can't select any function. I have no idea why. Oh well, I do have an idea now. I don't have my enemy communicator here. We will add 0.75 as damage. Now we're gonna click on this again, and I hope the thing is there. I'm gonna click. One day I will be able to click on this. What is going on? Oops, I can't click on the thing. There you go. No function selected, and damage HQ. We will save this, and now we will hit play and see how that works. So this guy should be moving all the way around, and it's gonna try to find its way to the headquarters with the path that I have set. Now when it arrives there, it will start attacking, and whenever it attacks, it will lower the health. As you can see, it is effectively lowering the health of the headquarters, which is actually kind of grand. I really like the fact that you can do this with animations in Unity, and this is the base of a good base defense game. So let's continue on. This is our rabbit green, and so the thing with this is now this has to be my new enemy prefab. So I'm gonna go to my resources, I'm gonna go to prefabs, and I'm gonna go to monsters, and I'm gonna add this RG transport to my prefabs, and I have to delete my rabbit green. But so what happens here? Basically, we only need one of each enemy. So if I delete this guy and then I check the child over here, we have the mesh, and we can change the color. Oh, we cannot. Whoops. Okay, so I guess we can only have one enemy. That's fine. So we will do the same thing for the other guys. Just for clarity, I'm gonna have 3 enemies plus edits with other stuff like speed and size, which is what's gonna be happening next in this same video tutorial. So we have our RG transport. I'm gonna go to my enemy manager. My enemy manager is going to have something else, which is, well, as you can see, we have a controller level here. And we will also have a public game object array, and that's going to be my enemy prefabs, and that way we can keep track of our prefabs. We know that this guy already works, so we can add the prefab directly to our enemy manager. Let's go ahead and click on the managers. Enemy prefabs size is gonna be for now 1, and this is gonna be my RG transport. And now we will do an edit of my RG transport by going to resources, prefabs, monsters, and we will copy my RG transport here, and then we're gonna add the back green here. So we're gonna delete the RG, which is the rabbit green, and we're gonna move this to be the BG, which is the bat green transport, and we're gonna add it over here. And then bat green transport, as you can see, it's complaining that it doesn't have the animator, so I just add it over here. And then we go ahead and go to click on this guy. I'm gonna double click on this because I don't know where it is. It's all the way down here, so we're gonna save, move this to 0, 0, 0 so that it's right on top of our transport. We can see that the transport is right there working correctly. And our guy, I need him to have the same animation structure as this other guy. This doesn't have this doesn't have an animator because he doesn't have an animation. So I'm gonna just create a fake animation. We can delete that later just so that the animator gets created. And so we're gonna add the walking animation, which is map move. I'm gonna change the name of this to walk. I'm gonna create a new state, empty. When I call this state attack, it's gonna be the same procedure that we did for the other guy. So we're just gonna go to our bat model. We're gonna check out our bat model. Well, actually, we can check out our bat animation. We're gonna go ahead, go to the animator, walk, click. We're gonna click on this, then click on this. We can see that the bat move is here, but the one that we need to edit is the bat attack. So we can Control D this. It will be here. We're gonna change the name to bat attack my, so that we know that it's mine. We go to animation, or rather animator, and then here in attack we will add the attack my that we can edit, and we will make the transition, add a trigger that's going to be called attack. Remember, every single thing has to be exactly the same, and every single thing has to be exactly the same, and that way we can make sure that these cycles will be correct. So we're gonna loop time, loop pose, no cycle offset. This is gonna work just fine. And so in theory, my BG transport should now move my guy, my bat. I'm gonna actually reduce the speed to 12. We're gonna apply the prefab, and when I hit play, this should move my bat toward the house, or toward the headquarters, basically. Oh, get raining distance can only be placed, blah 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 blah. So I need to bake. Hit play, and it's complaining again about the same thing that it was complaining before. Oh yeah, of course, because my nav mesh agent should only be on that guy, and this doesn't deserve to have the enemy controller. All of this goes away. We just hit apply here, and we can see that this is the only place where we need the enemy controller and the nav mesh agent. And we see that our bat is actually moving pretty nicely. He's gonna try to do the same thing. He's gonna try to get to the house, and I think I forgot to add damage to him. Oh yeah, of course. So he's right there, and I don't know if it's attacking. So I'm gonna check. Yeah, he's attacking. He's attacking the house. But what we need to do with this is we will click on back green. We're gonna add the communicator. We're gonna add some damage amount. 0.25 is fine. And then we go ahead into the animation. We go to the attack point. We're gonna see the animation for attacking. This is what was happening a bit ago. It doesn't look too attacky, but I guess the hit is happening there. So whenever the hit is happening, we click on add event. We change this to damage HQ. And then we save, go to file, save project, we hit play, and we will see that, well, in theory, when he gets the HQ, he will damage it for 0.25 every time the animation gets to that point. This is the way you do animation-based gameplay. Yeah, you can see that the health of the HQ is lowering every time, except it's not. Oh yeah, it is, it's just very slowly lowering. So we're gonna check out the headquarters. We can see the health. So 93, 93, 93.25, and 92.75, and so forth and so on. We can damage it with this, and we will see that we will keep lowering, and even if we heal it, we will see that this guy will keep damaging the headquarters every time the animation is up, which is pretty great, pretty great. So that is it for our bat. We're gonna continue on with our ghost. So actually I'm gonna copy the ghost's attack animation already, and I'm gonna change the name to ghost attack my, just so we have it outside. And then we'll go ahead into the slime and also do the same to the slime attack animation. And I'm gonna create it and I'm gonna call it slime attack my. And now that we have all of those animations, we save this prefab so that we know it's cool. We go to our previous prefabs, the old ones. So assets, resources, prefabs, monsters. We have the bad green, bad yellows, all these things. Well, this does work, but these two don't matter anymore. And as such, we will delete the bad green from bad green transport, and we will add the ghost brown to the BG transport. I actually like the purple one better, so I'm just gonna add that one. And then we're gonna change the name to GV transport, and we will add it as a prefab so that we can edit it clearly. We're gonna move the ghost violet to the right position, which is 0, 0, 0. We're gonna apply that, and in the ghost itself, we will add the animator here. In the ghost, we will remove the controllers and the agent, and we'll go ahead and create a fake animation for our ghost so that our animator controller gets added. We go ahead and create the new animation. This is actually the walk animation for the ghost. Move. I'm gonna change the name to walk, and as you know, we'll create a new state. We'll make a transition. We will make the same thing, a trigger that's gonna be called attack, cleanly written down. Go here, we transition with attack. Did I do that for the other guy? Let me just check. Well, I'll check later. And then here we add the attack my for the ghost attack my, and call it attack. We go to the animation, to the my animation. We check out the attack animation for the ghost. We find the contact point, which is more or less this point over here. We add an event. Well, as you can see, I haven't added the communicator. We do 0.25, and now we can add an event, and we do damage HQ, save the prefab instance, and then we hit play just to confirm this is working correctly. I'm gonna move all the way over here, and it's gonna do exactly the same the other guy does, because it's the same nav mesh agent. So when it gets there, it's gonna start attacking, and every time it hits with the head, it should have continued, but as you remember, I have to set the animation to cycle. So I'm gonna click on my animator, attack. We go back to project, click here, and we set loop time and loop pose as true, so that this guy can loop by itself. So let's go ahead and check out the way this works again. It will move forward, it will cycle and move around here and there. It's of course too fast, but it's fine. We can adjust the speed later, and you can see how the HQ is getting damaged every time the contact part of the animation is hitting. So one thing that we could add is sound, but not yet. Okay. So we will add these two new things to the prefabs. In our enemy manager, we will add the just transport. We have the GV transport, and we also have the BG transport. Oh, that's twice? No, that's fine. All right, so we have to delete this. We don't need this anymore, or this. So now I want the slime transport, right? So I'm gonna delete the ghost violet from here, which will not affect anything. And we will add the slime red to the GV transport. I'm gonna change the name of this thing to SR transport because it's slime red now. And we'll add it as a new prefab. we go to slime. Well, we go here and we add this here. We go to the slime and we change this to 0, 0, 0. We remove the components that we do not need. Then we go to the mesh. Whoa, that's strange. We go here and add to the communicator, and we add the damage number, apply. Go to animation, we create a new animator controller, and in the animator controller we set this to be called walk. We have to do the same groundwork for all of them. Doesn't take too long. So attack, we add the attack my, that is correct here. Move it here. We add a transition trigger that's going to be called very well written attack, has to be exactly the same name. And this way we go to, now we go to animation, we select the attack my. As you can see, the move, I forgot to add the move animation to this. So slide move. Now we go to animation, select attack my, we find the contact frame. I would say it could be either or, so I'm going to choose this one. This guy seems to have a higher attack speed, by the way. And so we click on this and we add damage HQ as our function. The only way that these functions appear is if they are on the same object. So that is why this is happening the way that it's happening. Okay, so we have our guy almost completely set up. There's one more thing that we're forgetting. Well, not forgetting because I mentioned it. But we're going to click on this to find our animation, set the loop to true. I'm going to save the project, save the file, save the scene, and now we're going to hit play and to check how this works. So this guy is going to be, that's wrong. You can see that he's continually attacking. So why? Because this transition doesn't have a condition. So we're going to hit the condition attack and we're going to save this again. The thing that I also want to do is I want to go to my resources prefabs, or rather prefabs, and on the monsters I want to add the bat transport here. I'm going to check if his animator is set correctly and just click on this, as I thought it's not, so now it is. So we save, and this guy, I'm gonna move him over here and I'm gonna hit play and see what happens when they both are in the scene. So they're now walking toward the target. They seem to be chasing each other, which is fine. And when they get there, they will start attacking. You can see that they are both sort of attacking the target. There you go. They're like taking turns into attacking. That has to do with the stopping distance not being correct. The stopping distance is too short. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to grab the prefab and we're going to increase the stopping distance to be something like 0.5, and in each of them 0.5, 0.5, and then finally 1, 2, 3. I only have 3. Where's the ghost? Ghost, oh, the slime is, there you are, slime, 0.5. So we'll see how that works. Okay, wait a little bit and see how they move. Should be moving just fine. Now when they get to the house, this guy's gonna start attacking. We can see the way they attack, and let's see if they still have this conflict, which they seem to. But that has more to do with the fact that they are, so basically what's happening is the box colliders are colliding with each other. So I'm gonna make them triggers and see see how that works. Make this a trigger, make this a trigger. So I want them to actually be able to get inside each other and that not to be a problem. That I want them to collide with each other. I don't care that they collide with each other. So let's see what happens. Probably, let's see. Oh, they still seem to hate each other a little bit there. That's fine. I think that's fine, right? They are both displaying their action. Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's fine. They're like clearly fighting something, or they seem to be fighting each other. Well, basically as soon as they get to the place, I can stop them. Oh well, they are actually getting stopped. I want this to be a thing. I want them to be attacking and looking at the house, not at each other. And yeah, okay, so it's clean, and that is probably it for that groundwork, which absolutely needed to be done. So now we're going to continue with this session 3.3, which is big and fast enemies. So how do we make an enemy larger or faster? So we're going to go ahead to our enemy manager. Of course, this has to do with the automatic generation, which is not ready because it's next session. But whenever we create an enemy, we need to call a public void generate enemy. And generating enemy will instantiate a new enemy. So basically we'll have a game object enemy is gonna be equals to bool random, and if that bool is not true, well, rather I will have two int index, and then I will have a public void generate enemy that will be completely random. Public private void spawn enemy index. So why am I doing this with three voids? So basically I can call from another function or wherever I needed certain enemies. So I want to have all rabbits for this level, for example, for this wave. I can just call this a bunch of times, generate enemy a bunch of times, or I can just do generate enemy without a number. That's gonna call a random enemy. And so the way that will work is, so if we call generate enemy with an index, we will say spawn enemy index, and that's it. From the outside it looks like it's different. So if we want it random, we will say spawn enemy, and we will say random.range, and the range is going to be 0 and enemy prefabs.length. So we will randomly choose between all the enemies in the prefabs. So basically we do instantiate enemy prefabs, and the index is of course going to be index, and that way we'll instantiate enemies from this object, and we need to initialize them. So how do we initialize these guys? Well, we also can choose a path for them. So we're gonna, with this number is gonna be obligatory, we want a path index, and also here in path index, and spawn also needs the path index. So path index, oops, I'm sorry, int. So we do path index here, and over here we do the same thing, path index. This of course has to change to be enemy, oops, not like that, enemy index, and then we will choose, oh yeah, of course, I mean, there we go. And so path index, what's the path index do? Well, we need to grab the enemy's enemy controller. So enemy controller enemy equals enemy, controller equals enemy.get component enemy controller, and then we will say enemy controller that initialize, and what he's asking from us is the waypoints. So we will grab one of these guys from that. So we will say we of course have to choose between path 0, path 1, and path 2. So if index path index equals 0, else if path index equals 1, else if, whoops, not in here, out here, else if path index equals 2, then we will, this looks horrendously bad, there you go, that's better. So we will say enemy controller that initialize path index, path 0, and then we change that navigation path to be 1 over here and to be 2 over here, and this way we can initialize it with the path index that has been given to us by whoever calls this function. It could be even the enemy manager itself could be generating the functionality. So the other thing that I want to do is, of course, have big enemies and fast enemies. So the way that we should do that is by increasing the size. Of course, that's obvious, increasing the size of our object. But how to increase the size of our object in a healthy way that doesn't affect gameplay all that much? So I've been thinking about this, and there's a few solutions. So I'm gonna just try the obvious one, which is just increasing the scale. We have this guy over here. I cannot see his navigation agent, so the navigation agent's very much inside it. So if I increase the size, you will see that the navigation agent will also increase in size, and I'm not sure that I would like that, because I don't want the collision and stuff to be larger than it should be. I want it to actually be smaller. I want the collision of this guy to be way smaller, to be 0.25 actually, forever. So what we will have to do here is change all the prefabs to have avoidance smaller, and even if it gets larger, even if it gets to be double the size, it will be like 0.5, so it's still a healthy size. It's not that bad. So we go ahead and grab all my prefabs. I'm gonna ahead and grab this guy. I'm gonna change the avoidance to the radius of avoidance to 0.25. I'm actually gonna reduce the speed to, because they are indeed way too fast. I'm gonna reduce the speed to 8, which is like 60%. It's fine. So we're gonna go to assets, resources, prefabs, grab our monster prefabs. We have the GV transport. I'm gonna reduce the speed to 8 and the radius to 0.25. Same for our rabbit transportation device. Well, the rabbit can be a little bit faster because it's a rabbit. Okay, so now we go here. We are initializing our guy, and the initialize, I'm gonna change it. Now it's gonna take a bool fast and a bool large, and that way we will be able to manipulate this stuff. So yeah, false. And now I might just remove this now, but I have to test it. So for testing, we'll let it be for now. So whenever we have bool large, so bool if large, then what we will do is we will set transform that local scale is going to be equals to vector3.2. I wish that existed, that 1 times 2, and if fast, then nav mesh agent that speed equals 1, we'll multiply it by 1.5f. That is a very wrong thing. We're multiplying the speed by 1.5, so we're essentially increasing it by 50%. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna remove this here because we're not using it anymore. I'm gonna set my guys to be large. The 2 that I already have spawned in the scene will be set to be large. Oh, the other thing is, in enemy manager, we have to decide if we want them to be large or fast. But for now, I'm just gonna do false on all accounts. But basically, this allows us to manipulate the qualities of our objects if we wanted to. So okay, These two guys should increase in size. Yeah, they are way larger. And of course their enemy qualities like HP and such should also increase in size. Their damage. Oh, what's going on there? Are they attacking? Oh yeah, they are. We're just being a little weird about it. But they are indeed attacking. I'm gonna check the SR. Yeah, it's attacking. Okay, good. So since they are large, I'm gonna go ahead to my enemy controller. And since they are large and or fast, I mean fast it's completely straightforward, but large I want them to have more HP. And my enemy controller doesn't even have damage or anything, so I'm gonna add public int health, and also public and health is on the only thing. Oh, or damage. No, it's fine. I just changed health. I think damage is not necessary. So if they're large, health plus 7. And I have to set the health for everyone now, of course. So I'm gonna click on my Zubat, my little vampire bat thing. We have this guy, and the health is gonna be 5. GB transport health is gonna be 5. Everyone's health is gonna be 5. It's fine. 5, and then we have this line transport gonna be 8. I'm gonna hit play again. And we'll see here that our bat is 12 because it's larger, and same for the slime red. I mean, the slime transport also has 15. And then we will set out now a public void damage, get damaged, and damage. Health is gonna be lowered by damage, and if health is lower or equals to 0, then die. And public private void, I'm gonna make it public just in case. Void die is gonna be a destroy game object. So we're gonna get our game object to get destroyed. We can go ahead, and this is only getting checked on get damaged, so I can't trigger it from the outside unless I do this on the update function, but I will not. It's not needed. Alright, so we have our big enemies and our fast enemies. I'm gonna actually check out the speed increase. I'm gonna create them as both big and fast. Hit play now. And you see that their speed is lower, faster. Speed is set to 12 when it normally is set to way lower amounts. And they get there a little faster. You can see the attack is so nice. You can see that it's 8. Base speed is 8, but I'm increasing it by 50%. Alright, so let's go ahead and do a little, I'm gonna close this window. Let's do a little recap, and then we'll continue on with the next session. So basically what happened here was I finished setting up my enemies. I set up their initialization, I set up their animations, I set up them attacking the headquarters, I set them up to move, and I set up some stuff for our generation that is not yet ready. So now we will go ahead, and in session 3.4 we're gonna set up the finalized enemy automatic generation. So basically stay over and let's just continue on to the next session together. This is gonna be real fun, guys. So thank you for watching, and I will be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 3.4, enemy automatic generation. So as we can see here, we have our enemies, and they can get big and fast. These guys are big and fast, and they can go all the way to headquarters by themselves in any one of 3 paths. And as soon as they get there, they will start attacking the headquarters. As you can see in this moment, they will both get there, and they both start attacking the headquarters, or try to. There you go, our bat just started attacking the headquarters, and then they just, you know, do the thing. So since they are attacking, you can see that the health is lowering pretty fast. And now we will create the automatic generation. So right now we're just doing this the lazy way, just having our enemies in the map and having them initialize themselves. So that is completely not correct. We're gonna do it now automatically. The way that we will do this is by setting up in our enemy manager. I don't know why that came out that way. Public void automatic enemy generation, and we have to think of the way that this will be done. So there's many ways to do this. Basically, the best way is to do it through timings, and we will pass in the timings alongside an index for each timing. So this is basically a dictionary. So we need a dictionary, and this dictionary is going to be a dictionary of float index, float int, and it's going to be our timings. And what we're going to be doing with this is we're going to be generating an enemy for each, basically for each float f in timings. Well, I think we cannot do that. Cannot convert. Oh, of course we have to do the key value pair. Key value pair. This is float int f. Well, rather I'm gonna call it value or key in timings. So we're gonna do generate. So as you can see, there's this thing. We're gonna have to wait this amount of time to generate this enemy. No, wait, I'm gonna do this little thing. And since we also need the path index. I'll do a path index randomly. So there we go. So we have, for each key value pair, we have to wait a set amount of time and then spawn a certain enemy. So this is going to be actually an enumerator. Public enumerator automatic generate enemy generation. So we'll do a yield return new wait for seconds, and the wait is going to be, of course, the key, or rather key dot key, I guess. So it will be timing for each timing in timings. I like that better. So timing dot key, which is the float, we'll wait for that time, and then we will do generate enemy, and then we'll do timing dot value, and we need to check out the path index, and that will be randomized. So we're going to do random dot range. It's going to be from 0 to 4 because we have 3 paths, and the int is always exclusive of the max value. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and so we can only choose from 0 to 3, of course, and the 4 number, since it's exclusive, it will be excluded. So we have to generate a dictionary if we want to try this. So we're gonna be generating a new dictionary, and the way we do that is by doing dictionary float. I don't even know. I want to check if we can see a dictionary. Public dictionary float int timings. I'm gonna check if we can actually do a dictionary in the inspector, but I don't think so. We have our enemy manager here, and it's thinking, but as I thought, we cannot do a dictionary here in this window, so we have to create a new one. So I'm going to create a new dictionary, and we will create, of course, a new value set of values. So timings that add, and we're gonna add a key time, which is gonna be 1.2 seconds, and the value is gonna be 1, and then we're gonna add more. We're just gonna copy this and we're gonna add more. We're gonna wait another 1.2 seconds and we're gonna generate different sorts of enemies. And as you can see, there's a problem with generate enemy actually. Actually with spawn enemy. Spawn enemy has to check if the index is actually valid. So if enemy index is less than 0, then enemy index equals 0. Or if enemy index is more than enemy prefabs dot length, then enemy index is going to be equals to enemy prefabs dot length minus 1. So that way we make sure that if I type in 5 here, there will not be no problem. So after I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 timings, I will do start coroutine, automatic generate enemy generation, and I will add my timings, which is my dictionary that I am creating, but I will not do it in await actually. I will do it in start. Just to be safe that everything is initialized correctly, I will do it in start. I'm just going to start my coroutine with my key value pairs to see how this works or not. Now it's loading. We hit play. And already there's a problem. We can see that we can't do the waiting game for the same amount of time exactly every time. So I'm going to do 0.5, 1, 0.75f. Well, this is going to be a little random, which is good, I believe, 1.1. It's just one way to do it. Of course, you don't have to follow the exact way that I'm doing it with. So there you go, one guy, another guy, these two guys are going to the same side. Everyone's going to the same side because random is weird. So I'm going to try that again and see if that's still going to work. Center, left. No, this guy's not moving. Why is this guy not moving? So one thing that I did notice is that I changed the stopping distance to 0.5, and in my code, if you see my transport code here, I set it to be less than, if the remaining distance is more than 0.25. So since the stopping distance is different, larger, than I'm gonna actually do 0.55, so that we are sure that our nav mesh agents are gonna get there correctly. So we hit play. Okay, so now we see that our guys, everyone took a different turn and they're all going to the base appropriately. I do think that you see that they're dealing top damage to our base and they are correctly generated. So all we have to do is pass in a dictionary to our enemy manager, and the enemy manager will take care of generating the enemies for me. And yeah, the other way to do this is to have it, instead of waiting, we can do wait until, and we wait until that time is less than time in that key. Oh, forgot about this. So this way we are sure that this will only happen, of course this happens in the order that you add them. So if I have this 1, 1.5, 2.75, 3.5, and then 5, we'll know that this will happen 1 second, 1.5 seconds, 2.75 seconds, 3.5 seconds, and 5 seconds since the game started. That is what this means. So we hit play. And that's wrong. It's actually the other way around. We wait until time is larger than the key, not lower. There we go, first key, second key, third key, fourth key, and then we wait a little bit longer for the fifth key, and that is how our creatures get generated with time. So I'm not really sure. I think this is a good way to handle it, the timing being dependent on how long has been, how much time has happened since you know, since the game started, basically. And that way we have a random generation. The other thing is, do I want special enemies or not? So that means, you know, do I want faster or stronger enemies or not? So for that, yeah, you see that this false will limit me to never have special enemies. So I will add here a bool fast and a bool large, and this will be fast and this will be large, and this way I'm sure that sometimes, depending on what I set into my large. So how will I decide that here in my generate enemy? So I will have a new generate enemy that will be generate fast enemy. Well, rather I will just have it be a bool fast, bool large, same thing, and here we will pass in fast and large, and here we will also have a bool fast, bool large, and we pass in fast and large. And for the generate enemy here in the automatic generate enemy generation, we will be adding bool fast possible, or rather int fast float fast chance, and we add another float large chance, and we will generate the enemies with bool large equals some equation that I don't know yet, and bool fast equals some equation that I don't know yet, and we pass in fast and large, and here we pass in our float fast chance. So how much chance? I want it to be 10%, and I want my large chance to be 10%. So if you haven't noticed, I actually want this to be a little more. If you haven't noticed, I really like random generation, so this is like exciting to me, just having some random generation added to any project. It's very fun, very interesting, honestly. And let's check out what to do here. So actually this is gonna be false by default. Well, so we will do a random range number, so random.range, and the number is gonna go from 0 to 1. So if this number is less than my large chance, then we will have a random enemy from 0 to 1, right? So since this is a float, this is also gonna give me a float. I don't know why it's giving me an int. Why are you giving me an int? How do I make sure that this is a float? Well, we'll check it out in a sec. So random.range 0 to 1, and if it is less than my fast chance, then we will get I hope this is giving me a float. Nope. So I'm gonna make sure that this gives me a float. Yeah, so now I am sure that it's gonna give me a float because it's from 0 to 0.99. There is no way that it will try to give me an int. So we know that if I'm going to increase the chance dramatically just so that I'm sure that I will get some large enemies, or well, almost sure, of course, and some fast enemies. So hit play here. We have, they're both large, normal, and this guy's not moving for some reason. Why is this guy not moving? When I hit play again, check it out. I think that rabbit's not moving. So there's an enemy that apparently never moves. Okay, so we know that this thing is giving us the randomly generated large and or fast enemies. So we're going to go ahead and check out. I'm gonna hit play once more, and if the rabbit doesn't move, we will have to check out what's happening with our random generation. Why is it happening? Sometimes some enemies that don't move. That second guy, second number 2 is not moving. Okay, so why? They all went different ways. So these guys went up, these guys went center, and this guy stayed for no reason, just jumping. So I'm gonna go and click on the RG transport. We see that everything looks fine. It has speed. Stop jumping. Stop jumping. So it doesn't seem to want to move anywhere. So whenever I have the second guy, is it constant? Let me try that again. If it's always the second guy, then there's a problem with the second guy. So first guy, second guy is just staying there. Third, everyone's just staying there. Oh. So there's a problem with navigation points. Some weird things going on. So I'm gonna go to initialize, well, generate enemy. It's always spawning enemy, which is fine. So it's coming over, instantiate, we get the component, and then we initialize. Navigation path 0, 1, and 2. So I want to know which of these guys is not walking. So I'm just gonna go ahead and check the initialization, if large, if fast, start core routine, current waypoint. Okay, maybe if I increase my remaining distance to 0.75. Oh, maybe this? We wait until the remaining distance. Oh, we wait while, of course, the remaining distance is more than 0.75 before assigning the next point. Let's see if this works. Just making sure that the navigation works correctly. Okay, alright, and one more. This guy's still standing there. I want to know which set of waypoints is not working, because it seems like I'm gonna add this to be like 5. Hit play again and see how that works. Okay, so it does have to do with the stopping distance being too low. And I think, of course, 5 is too high, so we're gonna change it to be 1.5. Oops, only 1F. We hit play again to check out how that looks. And we'll wait a little bit until we see the effects that this new thing has. No one stayed back. Great, and you can see that the path is not like going around or anything, it's just going straight forwardly to the destination point. Oh, these 2 guys stayed over. 3 of them. Whoa, that's a bad average. Let's try again. This move, this move, this move. Sometimes they just want to stay and they don't want to leave. So 2.5. Just need to make sure that the pathing works fine. And this is the type of mistakes or weird small errors that you have to deal with. You can see that this guy is just standing there, but it's just a minor annoying bug that we can solve with something like if this enemies just standing there, make them move, but of course I'm not gonna do that. There we go. Move, move, move. Everyone's moving and everyone's moving. So yeah, 3.5 seems to be the fine number. See how that works when they get there. We can see that the health is going down correctly. Everything is working fine. And that is good. So basically how we're gonna do the whole, we now have the code to generate it, but how? So the way that how is answered is by having our level, I want to apply this, having our level controller do the generation, or rather the level controller is going to contain the generation information. So we need to add some sort of way, well, just every level should have their own stuff. So I'm going to add a public float array called timings, yeah, and then public int array enemies per timing. Oh well, enemy type, enemy per timing, enemy index. And then on awake, we will set this up as a dictionary. Public, well, yeah, we're gonna just the public dictionary of float int timings, get timings, whoop, and our get functionality is going to be return new dictionary float int, and the values for this dictionary are going to be timings. Oh, whoops, no, I cannot do it like this. I have to create a new dictionary, and this dictionary is of course going to be a float int. It's going to be called return dictionary, or key value pairs is fine. It's going to be a new dictionary float int, and we're going to return key value pairs, of course, but we have to build it. So for each float timing in timings, we will say key value pair. Oh, well, nope, we can't do it like this. We have to do a for loop, which is going to be for int I is less than, is equals to 0, I is less than timings than length, and then I plus plus, and we will say key value pairs that add, and we will add timings I, and we also add in the enemy index per timing, and this value is also dependent on I, and then we'll return the result of that for loop. And that is basically the way that we build a dictionary that we will be using in the other stuff. Okay, so in our enemy manager, remember that we have this start coroutine, and we are setting up the timings. We have this timings dictionary that we'll not use. Well, I can build it still. And also we need a public int, well, public float fast chance, and we need another public float which is gonna be large chance, and our enemy manager is gonna get those values here. So level dot dictionary, what's the name of the dictionary again? Timings. I'm gonna check the name because I forgot. Oh, get timings, of course. So level dot get timings, and we will have our level dot fast chance, and of course our level that large chance, and I have to hit enter here so this is all visible in one line. We can see that this is visible in only one line. And our level controller is doing this in a, it's not doing it anywhere. So we're gonna go ahead and see that this is gonna load our stuff. So we will just do, it's gonna be a size 10 for level 1. So we're gonna have 10 enemies. One is gonna spawn in 1 second, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, and then at 7 seconds we'll spawn another one. And we see that we have 10 enemies, so we need to have 10 of these two. So 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, and then we will do another one here. Good. Fast chance is going to be 0.15, and large chance is going to be 0.10. Actually, I'm going to reduce this to 0.05 because I don't like the fast enemies that much. Now we hit play and see if this works. Okay, so we have our enemies spawning and obeying the time board, the time plane. We see that this guy still stayed over there. I'm just gonna make sure that one of these towers can kill them at these ranges. There we go. So we have our enemies spawning at a set order, and so every time we create a new level, we got a level controller, and we can set this timing stable, and it will work just fine. So now we do have our enemy automatic generation set up correctly. We have a level that can direct the level generation, the enemy generation chance, the special enemy chance. So we can have one enemy that is large and fast, basically. So that is the whole point, that we may have a boss level. So we have 5 enemies and they're all fast and large, and they will deal more damage, or well, get there way faster to the target area, which is our headquarters. So that is it for this session 3.4. I'm going to do a small recap now, and then we'll continue on to session 4 intro, our actual session 4 intro. Oh, okay. So basically what we did here was we created the enemy random generation, where our enemies will be spawning with the timings that the level controller sets up, and the level controller can also direct which enemies will be spawning. That's basically what we did. So let's move on to session 4, towers. Thank you for watching. Alright everyone, this is session 4 intro, and I'm going to be describing real quick what we're going to be doing during session 4 so that everyone is on the same page. And if you don't need this part of the tutorials, you can skip it, or you can just continue with this because it's going to be real interesting. I recommend that you do. So basically for session 4, which is called towers, we're going to be doing 4 short sessions because of course we're just going to be coding different behaviors. So basically we're creating different types of towers for our game. We're going to be creating an arrow tower, a bomb tower, and a freeze tower. Or of course we need the base tower script, which will be first developed on session 4.1, and then we will continue to make it better and better during 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 depending on the tower. And of course we will, the way this will work is that we can click on these spaces over here. They have colliders, so we will be able to click on them and decide through UI which tower we want to place on that spot. And that's basically it. It's not going to be that complicated. The towers are going to detect enemies around them, or rather grab the first enemy that comes into range and attack it. And the base is also going to be basically a tower, but that will be that probably will be added in the session 4.1. We're going to be adding some attacks from the base itself, and that's basically it. So I hope you guys have fun. I hope you guys have understood everything. I'm going to click so that we can see the way that the enemies get generated, the way they follow the path. We have pathing, we have navigation, we have this timings, we have enemy index per timing, and these guys are just awesome enemies. And this was very strange. Okay, so cool. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. We'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 4.1 base tower initial setup. So The first thing that we need to do with the towers is, of course, we're gonna get our resources prefabs, and we're gonna instantiate each of the towers in the map. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the tower and create them, all three of them, in one of these points in the map. And we'll see that they don't have much, but we will adjust that just in a second. So the first thing that we need to do is gonna enter this tower. It's gonna go to the base tower controller, and the base tower controller is gonna need some stuff. So the first thing that the base tower controller will need is a public game object projectile. And this is obvious that each of the towers needs a projectile. And then we are gonna have a public void shoot, and we will need to shoot toward a target. So we're gonna have a transform tower, target. I'm gonna call it target. And the projectile also needs some coding, so we do have the projectile code over here, and this projectile is gonna have a private transform target, and this projectile will follow this target. So basically update, the projectile wants to get to the tower's location, so we want to do a lerp. So the way lerp works is we Google it and then we create it, because lerp is very complicated. So lerp unity, I'm Googling it, and we will check out in the reference. So we go ahead and do this, and you can see that it says we need the start time, we need the journey length, and we will just learn through the documentation. It's very important that you guys use this documentation for almost everything that you do whenever you have any doubts. And lerp is something that is always very, very finicky. So we have a start and an end. So we will check, we will actually just save our starting position, vector3, starting position, and on awake, we will record that position. So our starting position is equals to transform that position at the point, the start of awake. And then we see that we also need the speed. So we're just gonna set private float speed. And we also need an initialize method, but this is gonna be public void initialize. And this initialize is going to take a transform target, a float speed, and here we will add up we will just do this to the target equals target, and this at speed equals speed. That way we are saving our speed in our target. So it also says we have to save the start time. So private float start time, and as such we'll say that start time equals time. That way we have a start time. It also says total distance between the markers, but that is not all that correct, because you see fraction of journey completed, this is covered divided by journey length, but that is not correct. Well, yeah, that's not correct, because we're gonna be varying the distance. So we're just gonna copy this and change it in our own code. We're gonna Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. So it says distance moved by time.speed. So we have the time.time minus the start time. This is correct. This is exactly the same. This is the distance that we have moved for now up until that point. The fraction of the journey completed, so journey length is going to be changing constantly because it depends on I'm going to be making a float journey length, which is going to be equal to vector3, that distance between starting position and target that position, at the start of this, if target equals null, then we destroy this game object. Destroy game object. Oh, I'm sorry about that noise. Someone just randomly passed. In front of my house, so we'll continue on with this tutorial. Trifler Junior completed, and then we have start market.position. That is not wrong. We have the start position. End market.position is our target, that position, and we have the fraction of the journey already calculated up here, so we don't have to calculate it again. And that is basically it. And so now the other thing that we must do is onCollision enter. So basically we will set an onCollision enter or onTrigger enter. I think onTrigger enter is better. So onTrigger enter, because I don't want my bullet to have collision. So if other.tag, or rather compare tag, is enemy, we have to add the tag enemy to our enemies. Then other.getComponent enemy controller .get damage, and the int that we're gonna pass in is 1. And now we will make sure. I wonder if this will work. Oh, we'll check it out. We're gonna go to our prefabs, assets, resources, prefabs, and we will click on monsters, click on the transport, and check that we don't have an enemy thing, so we're just gonna add enemy here, and all of these guys, the transports which have colliders, will be tagged enemy. We see that they have box colliders and they are tagged as trigger, so that should work just fine. And that's the way the arrows will work in theory. Also, we need to set a bool, private bool, initialize. And here we'll set initialized to be true. Also, we have to set it basically to be false at the start, just to make sure that nothing weird happens. And here, if initialized is false, then we return. Just so we're just trying to avoid that this happens when we don't need it to happen. So okay, our base tower controller has this, and I need this to have another trigger. So onTrigger enter. If the trigger for the tower is entered, then we'll shoot. If other that compare tag is enemy, we shoot, and targets other that target. Oops, that target. Transform, sorry. And now for the projectile, we will projectile prefab. We will instantiate the projectile, but the initialization of the projectile will be different for each type of projectile. Of course, also this has to be the onTrigger enter is a public, protected virtual void, because I want to be able to override the way this works in the bomb tower more than anything else. I don't want to do this exact thing. I want to do more an AoE thing. And for the freeze tower, I want this. I want the slow method. I want to slow the enemy for a few seconds. Also, the enemy base controller. The enemy controller must have a slowing IEnumerator. So I'm actually gonna create it right now. I'm gonna do public IEnumerator slow, and we will also include here float slow time. And we will say while we need to create a new variable, which is going to be our private bool, private float remaining slow time, which is starts at 0. So while remaining slow time is more than 0, then navmesh.speed, navmesh agent.speed is gonna be 4. No matter what happens, our speed is gonna be 4, so it's gonna be way slower, or I mean it's gonna be 1. I think I'm gonna change the speeds in a second. So remaining slow time, it's gonna be plus slow time, and then we yield return null. So basically what's happening here, we're adding to the slow time. While the slow time is more than 0, we do that. Then we just get out and say yield return null. Yeah, okay, so we go back to our project. This is for the slow in the future, for when we have the freeze tower. I guess I like covering material before it's completely necessary. Alright, so the next thing that we will do here is we have our arrow, we have our, let me check the base tower. We're not shooting yet, so this is gonna public virtual void shoot. Again, this is just the base tower initial setup, so we're just gonna set everything up and then do it with each tower. It's not gonna be like completely 100% ready yet. So for shooting, we do game object projectile prefab. Well, projectile is equals to instantiate projectile prefab, and we're going to leave it to each tower to initialize their projectile. So yeah, basically. So let me see if I am right on this. So if I do an override, we can grab shoot and we can say projectile, right? Oh no, we can't. It's private. It's set inside this. Oh, so we can actually only do. So the way that I do this is I throw a new not implemented exception, that is we need using system, and then we throw a not implemented exception, and if whoever's doing if your scripting doesn't override this method, then you will get an error every time the tower tries to shoot, and that way you will not forget to override it. Okay, we instantiate the projectile prefab whenever we shoot in our arrow tower. That doesn't matter right now, it doesn't affect us too much. So the next thing that I want to do is a tower placement. So we have the base tower script with not much stuff on it. So basically I'm gonna actually add the arrow, the projectiles. We have the arrow here so that we can save this prefab. We have the bomb tower here. We can save the prefab to bomb cannonball. There's our script, our projectile for the bomb tower. And then we have the ice tower, which can also have the projectile assigned, which is our ice ball that I made before. It should be over here. We can apply that. And then we can delete. There we go. Now these points, these little points, the possible tower placement points, will have to communicate with someone, and their someone is the gameplay UI controller. So my gameplay UI controller will have to be an instance so that everyone can communicate to it without using complicated stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do public gameplay UI controller instance. I did not call it static. I will do the same operation that we did before on our other manager. So we will do if instance is null, then instance is this, else debug.log you have more than one gameplay UI controller. Alright, so now we have that. Our placement points, these guys, need to have a script also. So I'm gonna add that script right now. Create a C# script. It's gonna be a placement tower placement point controller. We're gonna wait a little bit. and all of these guys, all my possible tower placement points are gonna get one of these, and I also have the other side, tower area 1. All of these guys will also get one of these. And on our gameplay UI controller, I want to have a public void show tower menu, and I want to transform. For this, I want to transform placement point. For now, it doesn't have any functionality, but now we go to our tower placement point controller, and I go ahead and I will have a private bool occupied, and I will have, I will change this. So I had a transform here, but I actually want the whole script so that I can communicate back with it if I need to, which I most definitely, very probably will need to communicate back to the tower placement point controller. So private bool occupied, and I need a, private, let's say, base tower controller tower. So that's the tower that's going to be occupying me, or this tower placement point controller. So on mouse down, let me see if this works. Usually this betrays me, so I'm just going to do debug.log mouse down. So I'm going to check if actually my placement points will detect that I click on them, because many times they just betray me, honestly. So click, yeah, you can see that I'm clicking on them. You see that the mouse down message got written down into the thing. So good. So on mouse down, I will say, my friend, the gameplay UI controller, play UI control, that instance that show tower menu, and I will pass in this guy. So whenever I show the tower menu, also I want the game to be paused, but we'll think about that later. I don't think that's too necessary. You can set the towers before the game starts instead of generating the level immediately, and that will be my game manager's part, but we'll do that after this part. Or rather, I know that's for the game flow part of the structure of the game. But yeah, so base initial tower setup, we can now show the menu for the towers, and now we have to check our canvas, and so we will create a new image, UI image. This is gonna be my tower placement menu, and this image is gonna be UI fill green. We're gonna set native size. It's very small actually, so I don't want to set native. I want it to be large enough to cover maybe this area of the UI, just enough. And now I'm gonna add a text that will say, which tower would you like to place? We're gonna move this up here, make it way larger so we can read it, because as you can see it's almost too small. There we go. Centered. Move it up. I will add a few buttons. So I need 3 buttons, one for each type of tower. So button, there we go, over here. And I'm gonna change this sprite to be, I need an arrow, right? So I'm gonna check arrow. That's not correct. Bow, yeah, this is good. So set native size so that it looks fine. And we don't need the text, honestly. We delete that text, and so we duplicate this, move it here, and this will be my cannonball tower. See if we have a cannonball symbol, or a cannon, or let's see, lightning. It doesn't matter much, but I would like to have a cannon symbol, which I don't. Okay, so we will add a fire symbol to my cannon tower, and then we'll duplicate this button and move it on the right. And I also need an ice symbol, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna make this blue so it signifies ice. And this is my cannon tower, ice tower, arrow tower, button. Actually, I need to call them buttons because that's what they are, button. Alright, so cannon tower button, we check the red part, and then for arrow tower I want something like brownish, maybe. This is fun. And of course, classically for my tutorials I will add an outline. As you know, I love outlines because they make every button just pop a little bit better. Yep, that works way better. So I'm also gonna make these buttons larger. I want them to be square, so I'm gonna do 200 by 200 on all of them. 200 by 200, and I will move them down so that they are on the same page. And I will add one more button to this user interface. It's gonna be my button. It's gonna be my close cancel button. Move over here, and I will rename it to say cancel. And all this button will do is close this window. So it's just gonna add this function here, and game object set active false, that is it. And also this text is way too small. There we go. So which tower would you like to place? We'll go to our gameplay UI, and we will add a button, couple buttons here, public button, arrow tower button, I don't need it, cannon tower, ice tower. And so we will, what this will do is, oh, I also need the image, placement tower UI. So placement tower, I also need to store this, guys, so I'm gonna store it, private tower placement point controller. I'm gonna call it point controller. So point controller equals placement point. And then I'm gonna create, of course, a private void set of buttons that will exist on my awake function. I'm gonna set up buttons, and what it will do is my arrow tower button, on click the add listener, whenever it gets clicked, we will use a lambda expression. And if you know what lambda expressions are, they basically mean they basically give you the power to set a function inside a listener in this case. So you have the empty functions, void is not gonna return anything, and then you just set whatever you want to happen open here. And what we'll do is we're gonna set the tower placement point, or point controller dot. I don't think we have any function in there to create a tower. So also we don't have the tower prefabs here or anything, so we are we need to get a little more up to speed here. So public game object arrow tower prefab, cannon tower prefab, and ice tower prefab. So point controller, I will go ahead and generate a new tower. So game object tower equals instantiate arrow tower prefab, and the parent is going to be my point controller that transform, and then the point controller needs to be told about this tower, and it needs to be told that it's going to be occupied. So we'll go ahead and grab that by saying well, I'm gonna do public void tower placed, and we need a tower placement point controller. No, a base tower controller. Tower. So we do tower, tower equals tower, and then occupied is true. And I'm going to do something else right now, which is gonna be my public void tower removed, and this is gonna be tower. Well, I don't need this anymore. Tower equals null, occupied equals false. And this also only happens, this exact thing only happens if not occupied, then this happens. Alright, so now we go back to our UI controller and we tell our point controller that it's occupied. So point controller that tower placed tower that get component base tower controller. That's it. And of course we need this. So we'll do the same thing for all three types of towers. Whoops, and all three buttons, of course. So this is my bomb tower or cannon tower. What was it? I can't remember the name. Cannon tower. There we go. So this is gonna be my cannon tower prefab. This is ice tower, and this is gonna be my ice tower prefab. Okay, I see that these guys are all complaining about the same thing, and that's because I am dumb and I forgot to place one of these at the end of this thing. I'm gonna hit enter also because I want to see the whole function here. Okay, so that is exactly what we want to do. We also need, of course, the prefabs, and we need this guy to be off at the start of the game. We're just gonna wait a little. We're gonna close this, and we will go and also, where's my gameplay UI controller? We'll add the placement tower UI is this arrow tower button. I forgot to call it button, so I'm just gonna change this button and the button. Now we go ahead and check that they will change names. Whoops, I forgot to change their names. Arrow tower button, cannon tower button, and ice tower button. There we go. Now it will work. Okay, so we wait a little bit until they are placed or replaced. There we go. So arrow tower button, cannon cannon tower button, and ice tower button. Then we have the prefabs. We go to arrow tower here, arrow tower, cannon tower. Oh, what? Tower? Bomb tower. I called it bomb tower, whatever. And the ice tower over here. So now we test. We'll go ahead and hit play and see how this works. Okay, we click and we don't get anything. Why would that be? So my tower placement point controllers are being occupied by default. So let's check out that they are not occupied anymore. Click, and they seem to still be occupied, or something weird's happening. Oh. What? Oh, yeah, I was a little weirded out by that, but show tower menu. Awake, let's just confirm that they're not occupied. Occupied is false. Because we did check that the on mouse down thing worked. So for some reason it's not working. Tower placement point controller. They all have their tower. Oh, I'm gonna apply this. I'm gonna delete this if not occupied thing. Just I need to confirm. Oh, is this actually doing something? No, that is the problem. Okay, so tower placement tower UI that game object that set active is true. I was like, well, that's very strange, but all right, go back to having this occupied thing. Click play and see what happens. Okay, so we click and we do get the thing, and as you can see, the tower got placed very weird, very weird. So we're gonna double click on this and we can see that the tower's all the way up here for some reason, and look at that weirdness. So 111, you see that it's like slimmed up somehow. It probably has something to do with the parent scale. Yeah. So instead of setting the parent, I'm just gonna move the tower to that position. So we're gonna go here and we will not set the parent to this. We will not set the parent to be that thing. We will only instantiate at that point. We'll instantiate it and move it to that point. So basically we're gonna do tower that transform that position equals point controller that transform that position, and that is basically the way that we're gonna be handling. You can see that my code is repeated, but it doesn't matter all that much. Okay, we wait a little bit, we hit play again, and we will check out how that works. Click, click, and we have the cannonball at the right position, and that is so exciting. Okay, so as you can see, if I click again, this will not work because it's occupied now. We can create more towers, but there's another problem, which is the window is not closing, so I can just create as many towers as I want. So we're just gonna get this, and we're going to add it over here, and we're gonna set this to be not active anymore as soon as we finish with the placement of the tower, so that we can only add one single tower. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna create a tower real quick. We can see that it closed. And here we have the situation that I want to check out. I want my tower to be able to, see enemies. So we need to go to our prefabs, towers, and we'll instantiate one of each of these towers. And for each of them, I'm gonna add a component, and I'm going to call this component, call this component, it's funny. So I'm just gonna add a sphere collider. I'm gonna set it to be a trigger. I'm gonna move the center up like that, and I'm gonna make it way larger like that. So whenever an enemy enters my trigger, I will fight or shoot that enemy. So same thing here, I'm gonna add a sphere collider, trigger. This actually is well centered, I like it, and I'm gonna radius it way more. Apply, remove that tower. Whoops, what? No, what happened? It's fine, it's not applied. So now we add another sphere collider, is trigger, increase the radius so that it affects the enemies in the base, apply. And finally, the other thing that I want to do with this, I want to delete this guy. I want to add to this house, my headquarters, I want to add a base tower controller to it. And my prefab for shooting is going to be this. And the way that this will work is I will be shooting out of, oh, well, that will not work. I'm gonna add an arrow tower controller, and my prefab is gonna be the arrow tower arrow here. Apply, and of course we have a box collider right now. We will move the collider or increase the size of the collider on one of the faces. So like this, no, like that, maybe like this. And I guess it's fine. And then here, just a little bit. So whoever enters to attack me, I will attack them back. I'm gonna apply, and so we'll see what happens now. I guess the house will be a showcase of the towers, but I don't want that, so I'm just gonna create more towers. And that did not work. Why? So we're gonna go to resources and check that my enemies are correctly tagged. We are. And we're gonna check on trigger enter. Oh, I get it. So we're gonna be doing public virtual void shoot on trigger enter. This has to be a protected virtual void. Where's my, yeah, I think that's enough for my base tower setup. I have to now move on to set each tower up. So okay, that's fine. We're gonna talk about what happened this session. We set up the base tower, base tower, and we set up these points to be clickable and to be able to spawn towers, and we also gave the headquarters the power to shoot. It's just not ready yet because we only set the base tower. We now have to set up each tower individually. So that's it for this session, guys. Thank you for watching, and let's move on to 4.2, which is going to be arrow tower setup. Thank you for watching. Be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 4.2, arrow tower. So basically what we're going to be doing is going to make our arrow tower shoot. And shooting has a few things that we haven't really set up completely in our base tower. We need a shooting cooldown for our tower, and that has not been yet arranged. So we're going to go out to our code, into our base tower. We're going to have a public float shooting cooldown. And whenever this gets, we're going to go to the arrow tower, because that is what we're going to do now. I'm going to delete these things over here. And we're going to go to the arrow tower. And when we instantiate this projectile, we need to pass in the cooldown to the projectile. So I'm gonna do projectile, well, start coroutine, shooting, basically projectile. So we have our projectile. What do we have to do to have a cooldown? Well, we need a coroutine for shooting. So actually this thing probably should be a coroutine instead of a, yeah. I'm gonna go to the base tower controller, and we're gonna actually make this item raider shoot, and we're gonna do start coroutine shoot. And the other thing that we want to do is gonna have a private coroutine shoot, of course, and shoot is going to be equals to this, and we're going to say if other than compare enemy whatever, but also if shoot is null. So if shoot is not null, this is going to be a protected coroutine. If shoot is not null, then we can't start shooting. You know, we only can shoot one enemy at a time, unless that's not what you want to do. So arrow tower controller, this is going to be an enumerator, and we will say while shooting. We don't have that yet, so we're going to go there. So private bool, gosh, I forget. Protected is the thing that you can use in your child. When you do this thing where you do base tower controller here, you need to do protected. So protected bool shooting. And yeah, whenever we start this thing, we say that shooting equals true. And while shooting, we will do projectile instantiate. Then we set the target for the projectile, so projectile type gear component projectile, and we will initialize it. I think so initialized with the target, which is this same guy, target, and the speed, which is gonna be, let's say, I don't know, 1.5. Then we yield return new, wait for seconds, and the wait is gonna be our shot speed or whatever, shooting cooldown. So when do we stop shooting? So basically we stop shooting, what? Okay, yeah, I didn't do it correctly. So basically when we start shooting is because I need to save this collider, so I'm just gonna save it, protected collider, target collider, target collider is gonna be equals to other, of course, and then protected. I'm gonna do onTrigger exit, trigger exit. Whenever this is a protected void, protected virtual void, onTrigger exit, and we will say if other equals target collider, then shooting is false, and target collider is null, of course. So we also will say that shoot is null, shoot equals null. And the other way that this will happen is if the target collider is null, is destroyed. So we'll go ahead and say public, I'm gonna do a protected update, so I'm just gonna do update and then do protected virtual void. And so if our target collider is null and shooting, then we will do shooting. So as you can see, this is a function to stop shooting, so I'm just gonna do a protected virtual void stop shooting. And shooting, to stop shooting, I just do this 3 steps, and then we can call that over here, and then we can stop shooting too. We have our tower, our arrow tower, then we say yield return no. Stop, I guess shooting, stop shooting, although whatever. So while shooting this happens, then we can stop shooting. If stop shooting gets called twice, it doesn't matter all that much. So we will calculate this, see if this works. I hope it works, but you know, everything always breaks when you're coding. So we will see. Let's check that our tower has the right thing. Tower's arrow has a projectile. Shooting cooldown is gonna be 1.5 seconds. We're gonna go ahead and hit play. We're gonna create a new tower and see what goes on. I don't know if it's working. I actually don't think I can create new towers. Weird. What's going on with my towers? So this guy doesn't seem to have ever experienced love. RGB transport clone. This guy has a collider. Oh, but neither of them has a... Okay, so we need a rigid body for collision detection. So we'll go ahead and go to our prefabs, monsters, and our transports. I'm gonna actually delete these guys because they are clogging my view. There you go. And this animation doesn't work either. So all these guys need to have a rigid body to detect collisions, but this rigid body will not use gravity, and I don't think anything will really happen with it. Maybe let's check what happens. I'm gonna create a new tower. I can't create more towers. So you see that the arrow tower is trying to shoot, and now it's trying to shoot like 1,000,000 times. Okay, so what happened there? What happens with the towers? So everyone seems to be. I'm gonna check the this thing, the controller. I'm gonna actually set the occupied to be public, because I need it to be public. I need to see whether the tower's occupied. The tower placement controller is getting tagged as occupied for a reason. So we're gonna hit play. I will create a tower and I hit stop. So this guy is not occupied, and this guy is occupied, and this guy is not occupied. So why can't I click on them? It's very strange that the game's not letting me click on this. So the first things that could be happening is that my camera is, the angle of the camera is wrong. So I'm just gonna move my camera a little up, and I'm gonna make it look a little down. Whoop, not like this, not like that, but like this. So maybe with this angle, oh, this angle is horrible. So I'm just gonna move it over here. This UI for Heal HQ and stuff doesn't do much anymore. So I'm just gonna delete it or make it invisible. I'm gonna hit play. Okay, so we click, we can create tower and this, but not in these two over here. Okay, so we will go ahead and check why my tower placement point controller. Debug the log, mouse down, show tower menu. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. So mouse clicked, and we will check that the mouse clicks are being read. It's just normal debugging, everyday life in development. We're gonna go to console, and yeah, our mouse clicks are not being read by any of these points for some reason. It's like they got deactivated somehow. Yeah, projectiles are extremely drunk. Let's go back to our arrow tower controller first. While shooting cooldown. Oh, can I stop the coroutine? Basically, I guess that makes sense. Stop coroutine, shooting, shoot. Yep. Maybe, I think that's what's going on. Like, it's generating arrows slowly at first, but then it just goes insane. So, just gonna create this. Yeah, we can see that the arrow makes some sense, and then it just goes insane. Why does it go insane though? Very strange. Stop coroutine, shoot. Minor shoot while shooting. Do that, and then if not shooting, then don't do that, right? Maybe if I delete stop shooting from here, it will help. But yeah, I need to also check this thing because the list is not working correctly. Journey length is changing, so it never gets there. Can I just do move towards? So I will do vector3 dot move towards target. Current is transform that position. target is my target. Yep. And max distance delta is speed dot time multiplied by time dot delta time. So what about that? Target that position. See how that works. The speed is 1.5, so I think it's quite low currently. Click this, click this. It is not moving. Also, the tower placement points are still not working, and it's so weird. Are the colliders disappearing somehow? Tower placement point. No, they're not. They're still here. Also, the move toward thing is not working. Not initialize return. Let's see if this works better. So my projectile, it's creating 1,000 of them. And they're not moving anywhere. So why is that happening? So let's go to the arrow tower control, shooting through projectile component, initialize target. Let's go to our base tower controller. Okay, so we have target collider equals other, shoot equals other.transform, and we'll only start this if shoot is null, and the other compare target is enemy. If the other is equal to target collider, we stop the coroutine shooting, and everything just it's false. So our arrow is weirdly not arriving where we want it to arrive. So let's check out, move towards Unity in here, and this page is not working apparently. So we will change it somehow, maybe in cache. That's strange. Oh, I just seem to not have internet. Oh, I do. There we go. So this internet state of virtual speed never exceeds max distance delta. Oh, so it may have something to do with the bullet speed. Let's check out this, and then we will initialize this, and we will multiply the speed by 100 times speed. See how this works. Okay, so we create an arrow tower here. See how the tower, the arrow is all the way over here, not moving and getting multiplied like insanely crazily. I do wonder why that is. While shooting, we wait. The thing is, I'm setting a wait, and there's only one tower. So why is it going? Why is it happening? Is it the shooting cooldown that is not correctly set? Oh, that's it. That's definitely it. When I instantiate the tower, when I create the tower placed, I'm not giving it a cooldown. So on awake, I'm just gonna do protected virtual void awake. And I will set the shooting cooldown. Maybe that's it. So shooting cooldown equals 2. So maybe that way not that many arrows will get created. It's so strange. I mean, this thing seems to be obeying me. Yeah, so you see that's 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4, 5. Yeah, that's a logical number of arrows, and they're all instantiating in the wrong spot though. So I will create these arrows in front of the tower. So basically instantiate and projectile prefab projectile transform that position equals. Oh, I need like I'm gonna have a public transform shooting point, and then this guy's position is gonna be equals shooting point position, and projectile transform that rotation is gonna be equals to shooting point rotation. Okay, so now for each tower we need a shooting point, so we're gonna go ahead and create that. So it's gonna be the point where the arrow starts to exist. So we go to our tower and we go to resources, prefabs, towers, arrow tower, bomb tower, and ice tower. And we see that shooting cooldown is 0 for all of them. Well, not for you. You should be fine, but you're not. So shooting point. So we go to our tower here. We create a new transform. I'm gonna call it shooting point, and we will assign the shooting point to be up here. You know what? Up here is fine. So shooting point is this guy, and we will save this prefab, and we will then move the shooting point over here. That's fine. I will delete the prefab anyway. So shooting point for this guy, I'm gonna move it over here, right on top, and then we add it to the tower. We hit apply, and then we do the same thing. It's gonna ask if we want to add it to the prefab or not, and I don't mind. So shooting point is still gonna be on top of the tower, and we're gonna move the shooting point up to here, and we hit apply, and then we delete. Now we'll see that the arrow should get generated on the shooting point for the tower. Oops, that's weird. Oh yeah, because I tried to apply the wrong tower here. Now we'll see that this thing is generated on top. With variable shooting point of arrow tower controller has not been assigned. Huh. How is that happening? Okay, I want to try that again. Shooting. I want to see that happen again. There you go. Oh, so it is your fault. It is the headquarters fault after all. Maybe. So let's just create a shooting point for this guy. I'm gonna call this shooting point. And this guy may be part of the problem. So I'm gonna do that and hit 2 here. Apply. And the shooting point for this guy has to be like over here. Apply, hit play, and see what happens. That's very weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna create a tower here. See at this point this thing's applying there, and we'll see that the tower, that this thing also has this guy over here, and we see that this okay, no, it's fine. Our projectile doesn't seem to have anything assigned to it, so I'm gonna go to my projectile, and I'm gonna make these things public. Public, public, public. Maybe the speed is 0. Public and public. All these things. Everything's gonna be whatever. And then in our base tower controller, when we shoot, we have the speed set up over here. I'm gonna set the speed to be 100, and we'll hit play. And I want to click on the arrows and see what's going on. Welcome to debugging 101. I'm gonna create an arrow tower here, and now we can click on the arrow itself, and we can see that it has a target, it has speed, it has start time, and it has initialized. but it's not moving toward the target. So we go to projectile again and we see what happens. If target is null, destroy, otherwise, so the problem is transform that position is not being set to this vector 3. I was just calculating the vector 3 move towards, but I forgot to, I think that's a problem. I forgot to set the transform dot position. That's what happens when you're tired. I'm gonna click on this, create an arrow tower. Whoops, there's a problem there with the clicking and stuff. I will check it out later. Alright, so arrow tower here. Where are the arrows? Oh, here's one. Okay, so if target's null, destroy. It's fine. On trigger, enter. If other than compare tag that enemy. So what was going on that I couldn't say this? Maybe I could. Okay, so I'm just gonna do destroy game object. Just gonna hit play again. We're gonna create a tower. And now we do have arrows that work, and I'm so proud. I want to see if this thing is attacking. How do I do that though? So we have our headquarters shooting point. Should I be able to see damage on the targets? Oh, they probably are dead. So the other thing that's happening here is after the enemy is dead for our base tower, so if after our enemy is dead, if the enemies are still in the area, we're not checking. We're not trying to get a new enemy. So that's what we're gonna do here. So protected, virtual void, stay. Whoops, that's a mistake. I should just write it down first, stay. So we're gonna do on trigger stay. And the way this works is protected virtual. The way the trigger stay works is every frame, if there's an enemy on, if there's a trigger on the range already inside us, then something can happen. So I'm gonna do that. If other than compare tag and shoot is null, target collider, shoot equals this. Maybe this will work. We'll see. So we'll wait a little bit until Unity finishes doing their stuff. Click play. And we create a new tower. The tower is going to be firing to our enemies. You can see that the tower is definitely firing, but you will see an arrow spawn here and there. Yeah, you can see that this guy is going to die soon, I guess. Yep. So the arrow is too fast, definitely. So we're gonna go to the arrow tower controller and we're gonna set the initialization of the arrows to not be that fast. Well, I'm gonna hit enter here so that we can, whoop, that's not good. The comma should be upstairs. And then the speed will just non-multiply by 100 to see if it works correctly. Play. So right to see how it works. I'm gonna click this. Yeah, you can see the arrow flying toward the enemies, and since everyone else left, this can keep attacking this guy. And the arrow is a little awkward, so I'm gonna go to the shoot method. I don't see how actually this is unique for arrow tower controller. Everyone's just gonna shoot, just with different speeds. So speed, oh. I mean, it's whatever. It doesn't matter that much. I want the rotation of the projectile to be transform that look at target. So this arrow is going to be now looking at the target. We're going to use the same mechanism for the other projectiles too, but each projectile is going to have a special way to work. So arrows, yeah, we can see the way that they rotate toward the enemy, and they are extremely slow. They are so slow. They're so slow that it's painful to look at, so I will multiply this by 10. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, because I reduced the speed to be 1.5, so I actually should multiply by 50 or something, so that it actually has enough speed. And with this, if this works, we can close out this tutorial and move on to the next video. Arrow, yep, there we go. You can see the arrow rotating correctly, real fast, and firing at our enemies as much as it can. It only takes one click for me to... Yeah, we're destroying the enemies right now. Okay, so that works. And the small recap, we just adjusted the arrow tower, and now we have a working arrow tower that can fire, and we will use the same code for the bomb tower and the axe tower. So thank you for watching, guys, and I will be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 4.3, bomb tower. We already have our arrow tower that works just fine, and we want to have now, of course, a why can't I see the background? That's very strange. Here I can see it, but yeah, so I can't see the background here, and that makes me very sad. Main camera, skybox, yeah, well, I mean, it's set up correctly, so it's fine. We got our scene over here, and we want to create a bomb tower that works. So we will load up the bomb tower controller. It should be in the resources, bomb tower, double click on it, and we see that it doesn't really have much. So the only thing that we need, as we learned with the arrow tower, is to have this override void. So I'm gonna just copy and paste it, and we copy that, and we got it. So basically, the way that this bomb tower is going to work is it's going to be very similar to this arrow tower. It's going to be very much slower. And bomb towers work differently than arrow towers. Bomb towers don't go toward the enemy, they work toward the ground, toward a position in the air. So we're going to go ahead and go to our base tower controller, and we're going to do a public virtual void. Well, rather a public virtual enumerator. Wait. So no. Yeah, the only thing that cares about that is a projectile. So we have the projectile over here, and the projectile has to act differently depending on the target. So we're gonna change this. This projectile will change depending on which type of projectile it is. So we could make it in very different ways. So I'm just gonna have a bool. It's gonna be arrow, or I'm just gonna have a projectile type. It's gonna be an enum, and the projectile type is gonna be called projectile type is gonna be an enumerator that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to go ahead and create it. I'm gonna create a new type. I'm not gonna do it through there. I'm just gonna create a script tower. I'm gonna create projectile type here. It's gonna be an enum, so it doesn't need any of these things. I'm gonna enumerate what kind of projectile it could be. So it could be an arrow, it could be a cannonball, or yeah, cannonball is fine, and it could also be an ice ball, something like that. I called it, I believe it is ice ball. So now that we have the projectile type, we need to define the behavior of each projectile type, which will help a lot. That's another way to do things. So I'm gonna go to Asset Resources as soon as Unity finishes loading. I'm gonna go to Resources, Prefabs, Towers, Cannonball is gonna have Cannonball, Arrow is gonna have Arrow, and Iceball is gonna have Iceball. So the way this is gonna work is in update. This only happens if projectile type is arrow. Oh, projectile type dot arrow. If the type is arrow, these things are true. But if it's not, we need to set up a public vector 3 is going to be target position, and we will say else if, of course, like that. So else if projectile type equals projectile type dot cannonball, at least for now only cannonball, we will say something like this. And I don't need all of that, I only need to do this. Move towards the target position, and the speed is gonna be, that's fine that it's 50 still. And the other thing is, if it says if target is null destroy, but I'm gonna say if target position is null destroy. And we will initialize this differently. So we will create a new initialize method, public void initialize, same name, but this is gonna take in a vector 3 target, and it's gonna take in still a float speed. So this is gonna be like this, target position, there you go. It's gonna say Unity is gonna complain about that, but this should be fine. I don't care much about this anymore, but we'll see what happens. So okay, we have a cannonball that will be shot by our cannon tower over here. So precision for precision, initialize, but we will not do it like this. We'll do it like this position, so that it only takes in the target's position. And basically our projectile also needs to change something else. It has this on trigger enter. If the enemy, if you hit the enemy, do that. Okay, but this is only projectile type arrow. So then we're gonna change this to be an else if. You know, it's almost gonna be the same condition. We need this and this and this, but the projectile type is gonna be cannonball. So what's this gonna do? I'm gonna find all the enemies in a radius and hit them. So I'm gonna do a physics 2D. Well, rather, yeah, that's fine. Physics 2D, or rather physics that raycast all. Is this gonna give me a well, I don't want to do a raycast all, I want to do an overlap sphere, and this sphere has a position of my position and a radius of, I don't know, 5, and this is gonna give me, as you see here, it gives me a collider array. So collider array enemies, or rather hits, equals this. So for each collider hit in hits, if hit tag compare tag enemy, then we'll deal the damage to this guy. We'll do this, but changing this name to hit, and we will change, we'll actually take this part out of the equation to another function, and this function is going to be called public void, or rather private void, deal AoE damage, and we're going to do a float AoE, which means area of effect, of course, and we will do this, here, and we will say deal AoE damage, and the AoE is just gonna be 5. Here AoE, whoops, AoE. There we go. So for each hit, we will compare if it's an enemy, we will deal damage, and then we'll destroy this game object. That's it. It's very simple. And then that's if we hit an enemy with this. But since we're gonna land on a specific location, we will say if transform that vector 3 that distance between transform that position and this vector v is target position. If this distance is less than 0.25, then we will say deal AoE damage 5. That is our projectile's cannonball functionality. So we'll go ahead and check if that works. Wait a little bit until this is all set up. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna click on my bomb. We see that our bomb is dropping bombs left and right, literally. And we will see that these guys that are staying behind are actually helping us. They should die. Yeah, you saw that they died at the same time. And that is exactly what we needed. That is our AoE functionality for our bomb tower. So very simple, because we already have the base tower initial setup. That's exactly what we want when we build an initial setup and then we build on our initial setup. So cool. That was it for this tutorial. We just set up a amazingly fast bomb tower that deals damage in an area of effect. The next tutorial, which is going to be session 4.4, we're going to talk about the freezing tower. So thank you guys for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 4.4, freeze tower. So to create a freeze tower, we're gonna do something very simple. We're just gonna go ahead and double click on freeze tower controller, and this is basically the same thing as the other towers because we have our base tower controller now. We're gonna delete all of this stuff. And we're gonna go to our bomb tower controller and do exactly the same thing. Actually, considering that's fine. So we could have just everything in the same stuff. I'm gonna copy this also so that we have the same elements. We have the shoot, and we'll change the speed of this thing to be a little slower because ice is slower. And then we go to our projectile, and I actually will do the same as the cannonball. Well, not really. So, it will also freeze enemies. So, I'm gonna go ahead and change this. I'm gonna do bool is ice tower. Oh, yeah, ice tower. So, this will be okay. So, and projectile type is cannonball. So this will be false. Well, no, this is not required. Yeah, it's not required. I will just do or projectile type equals projectile type dot ice ball. There we go. Then here, projectile type cannonball, on trigger enter. Yeah, I don't think I want to depend on the enemies basically. So here what we'll do before destroying is if, well, not here exactly, but here, if projectile type equals ice, then hit that get component enemy controller, and there's this slow thing that I created, and slow time is gonna be 5, I guess. Is this a coroutine? I don't remember. Yes, it is. So So I'm gonna make it a void actually. I'm gonna make a public void slow, and then we will create a private coroutine over here, slowed, and as such here we'll set slow equals to start coroutine slow float time. We're just making sure that there's no issue here. Slow it. There we go. Slow. I know. So we'll call this slow routine. Change the name. It's a problem. It's calling. It thinks it's calling itself. So slow routine. If slowed is null, then we do that. Basically, we do this stuff. Else, what we do is we add to the remaining slow time here. This thing, we add it here. And after the remaining slow time is done, then slowed is null. And plus time. There we go. So in our freestyle controller, it should all be completely fine. I mean, our projectile should all be completely fine, no problems. And we will check out if our enemies get slowed or not. Okay, we hit play. Click on ice, and we will hit stop here. We will check our bat, which I think is the right target. We will see that their speed is 8. Maybe it's not the right target. Rabbit transport, still 10. I see that everyone's getting fired on, but I don't see the effect of the bullet. Let's check out what's going on. So, okay, they are getting damage and they are supposedly getting slowed. While remaining slow time is more than 0, then agent speed is 1. So I want to debug.log slowed at least once, just to see if it's working, because maybe there's some setting that I'm not considering. So let's see, it is working. This guy is slowed in theory, but it's not. None of them are. So something is adjusting the speed to 8, and I don't remember, or this is just definitely not working. While remaining slow time is more than 0 and half match agent, that speed is 1. Yeah, I can't see, let me just check. It's 8. Oh, so what's going on is I'm not adding the slow time here either. Yeah, I'm dumb. This should always be happening. The slow time should always be added. But if they are already slowed, that's probably what's happening. Let's go ahead and click, and they are actually permanently slow. So let's see what happens. Ice, and the game crashes. Why does the game crash? What remains slow time? Oh, okay, I see why the game crashes. Okay, so we will stop Unity because it crashed because I am a little idiot. I'm gonna click on end task. I'm gonna open Unity again. So basically what's going on is we should be doing remaining slow time minus equals time.delta time, so that it goes down. Unity detects that if there's a stack overflow there, and that function will never stop, so they just destroy the game. Let's see if this works better. Object reference is not sent to an instance of an object. So we don't have access to our NavMesh agent. Is that real? That is not real. That is very strange. Very strange. So I'm just gonna say if NavMesh agent is null, you're just gonna confirm that this is working. NavMesh agent is gonna be get component NavMesh agent. Alright. Because this is the way that I'm getting it, right? Initialize NavMesh agent, get component, blah 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 blah. Okay. Hit play again and check out how this works. It's very strange. That is very, very unusual. Okay, there we go. Are you getting slowed? I don't think you are. You are not. Why? Are you getting slowed? Nope. So let me just continue this because we have the reference of these guys who are sitting here. Is it because of the speed of the ice ball? We can see that the ice tower doesn't have range enough to attack this guy, so I'm just going to increase the range. And we can click now on this guys, and we don't seem to have the power to change the speed of the NavMesh. I'm gonna go ahead and do something else a little crazy here. I'm just gonna go to update, and I will debug.log remaining slow time just to see everyone's remaining slow time. I don't care that it's a lot of data, I just want to see whether it works. Minus 0 point whatever, and we can see it's up to number here. This is staying at 4.4. Now it's 0. How does that work? Freeze tower controller. Oh, this is just dumb. I can just do... I don't need a coroutine for this. I'll just do if remaining slow time is more than 0, else. So if it's more than 0, NavMesh agent dot speed equals 1, and if it's not, then NavMesh agent dot speed equals 8. That's it. I don't think I need all this complication. Also, the other thing is remaining slow time minus equals time dot delta time. Okay, so this is no longer the case. Let's see how that works. Click, click. It is slowed. It was slowed. So you see that there's some issue with the NavMesh agent or something here. So I want to just make sure that this is a thing, that the NavMesh agent is correctly detected. Okay, there's a problem again. See, same thing. So I will just, of course, only do this if nav mesh agent is null. I don't want to be doing this 60 times per second on every single game object. That will mess up my stuff. And also if nav mesh agent that speed is not 8, then we'll set it to be 8. Here we go. Click. I said click. There they are, beautifully slowed down. A little bit too much, so I'm just gonna set the speed to be 3.5, which is fine. Alright, that is our freeze tower. We now have a working freeze tower that slows down the enemies and also damages them. Maybe a little too much, but that's a balance issue, and we're not here for balancing a tower defense, a base defense game. So thank you guys for watching. Now next session is gonna be session 5, tower and base upgrades. So we're gonna be just talking about the way that you could do tower upgrades. I'm gonna be setting some UI up, and the tower and base upgrades are gonna be real fast, real easy, and then we're gonna move on to the recap and QA. Thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. We are almost done. We're gonna do session 5, which is tower and base upgrades. So I'm gonna be designing the UI and showing you how to do it, showing you how to do the basic type of upgrades like damage upgrades or attack speed upgrades, and then we're just gonna be talking about what other types of upgrades you could do to each of these objects. So basically what we have so far, I'm gonna show you, we have this map, and we have enemies generating from the right to the left. We can create towers, as you can see here. We can place bomb towers, freeze towers, and yeah, so that's basically what we have. It works fine. The base also attacks, the enemies attack the base. It's pretty nice. So with that being said, I will stop this intro because no one cares much about intros. We want to get right in the action. So we're gonna do session 5.1 in 1 second. So stay tuned and I'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. So we'll go ahead and do session 5.1 tower upgrades in this video. So basically the only thing that this requires is giving the towers the ability to be clicked, and then we can spawn a new UI like the tower placement menu into our vision, and then we wait and then we wait for input, and that the user can decide what kind of upgrades they want for their tower. Of course, all of these things should cost money, but money is something that is not too hard to implement, so we'll leave you guys to have good imagination on that part. If you guys have any question about that, you can ask me, but it's no big deal. Just every time you spawn a tower or you upgrade it, you just reduce the amount of money that a player has, and we'll talk more about that in session 6. So let's go ahead and create a new UI menu. So I'm gonna make this 2D so that we can see the gameplay UI. We will go ahead and create a new image here. I'm gonna make it way larger because I want it to cover the whole screen, and we're gonna call this the upgrade menu. And our upgrade menu is gonna have a few buttons. So we'll have a button that's gonna be I guess damage upgrade button, and we'll have the attack speed upgrade button, and this is just basic. So I'm actually gonna do upgrades for both tower and base in the same video because I don't think we need all that much time on this stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this over here, increase the size. So this is gonna be my damage upgrade, and now I'm just gonna do damage as a text, increase the size like that, and then we will move this over here, increase the size. I see that it's about the same size as the other one. With this, go here, we check the size of this font. It is 77, so we're gonna do the same size for attack speed. We're gonna do 77. Oh, that's actually too large. 70. Well, maybe we can separate the words and it will be easier. Whoops, not that. We want to separate them, and maybe it will fit as 77 still. Yep. Alright, we have our stuff, and now the gameplay UI needs to know about those three things. Oh, we also need the back button, so I'm just gonna copy the cancel button from this, paste it over here, change the name and change the functionality to just close the upgrade menu. Game object is active, false. Okay, now that we have this going on, we will close it. I want to add color to the background, so I'm just gonna add some. I'm gonna change the image to be UI fill sky. That's fine, and we can close it. And now we go to our gameplay UI controller, and we're gonna set up buttons. But first, we need to add the buttons. So we're gonna have the damage upgrade button, and we're gonna have the. Oh, I forgot the comma here. So damage upgrade button and attack speed upgrade button, and we need to have a function that allows us to open the menu for upgrades. So public void show upgrade menu, and this upgrade menu needs a base tower controller, because the base tower controller is gonna have, I guess I'm gonna call it controller. The base tower controller also affects the headquarters, because headquarters is just a normal arrow tower firing, which is a great compromise. We have the best of both worlds. And so the upgrade menu, we will just do, I'm gonna create a new private base tower controller. I'm gonna call it tower controller. And here we are going to say tower controller equals controller, and we will go ahead and also say we also need that UI. Of course, we have the placement tower UI, we need the upgrade UI. So we're gonna set upgrade UI, the game object that's set active to be true. And thus here with the upgrades, we will say damage upgrade button on click, the add listener, and we have this lambda expression. And so we will go to our base tower controller and we will create a new function that is going to be called upgrade damage. So we're going to do public void upgrade damage. And then we'll also create a new void, public void upgrade speed. And so we will do tower controller upgrades damage. We close the UI, upgrade UI, that game object that set active is false. And then we will do the same thing with the other one. So attack speed upgrade button that on click that add listener. We will do tower controller that upgrade speed, and then upgrade UI, that game object that set active is false. That way we are sure that our buttons are going to respond to what the player wants, which is not hard at all. So you can upgrade many things. You can upgrade anything you want. You can upgrade the max health of stuff. You can upgrade the AoE. You can upgrade anything. You just have to be smart about it. So we're gonna go ahead and be smart about this. We're gonna create a, as you can see, we have the shooting cooldown here. We have it over here, and if you see this, we can check in the short shoot oops, sorry, the shoot coroutine, well, it's in the towers themselves. So you can see that we're waiting for the shooting cooldown. So we're gonna go back to our tower controller, our base tower controller, and to upgrade speed, we're gonna say shooting cooldown is gonna be minus 0.0515. So every time the user upgrades the speed, they will get a 5%, well, a 5, I think this is just too little, 0.15 seconds off of their cooldown, so the tower's gonna shoot way faster. And for damage, we don't have a damage variable, so we're just gonna add that private float damage. I think it's int damage. So this is where things get a little tricky. So private, I'm gonna hit public int damage. So this is not gonna have any effect, but basically what you want to do is damage plus whatever amount. So it's a float. Is it a float? No, it's an int. So we're just adding 1 to the damage amount whenever we upgrade the damage. And basically this is just gonna hurt the enemies more. So I'm gonna go to each tower controller, and well, the projectiles seem to have a damage value somewhere. They don't. You see that they don't. They just deal the damage from a non-committal position. So basically what we want to do is have a private int damage, and here we deal damage amount of damage, and we also deal damage amount of damage here, and we want to initialize with an int damage here too, and this will happen in our wherever we initialize our bullets, which is here. So we have damage, we'll do it in each tower, so same thing here, damage, and we do it here too, damage. And as you can see, we could actually forego of the tower controllers if we just have this setup. So everyone has different speeds, but that's fine. I'm just gonna change yes, but that's fine. And then yeah, you just can have one tower controller that governs everyone, but it's not that good for modularization of your code, basically. So yeah, it depends on what you want to do, how you want to do it, and all that sort of stuff. So now that we have this, I'm gonna go ahead and click. I think I just made a mistake. Well, I made a few mistakes. Set up buttons. The first mistake is that I did not add the attack speed upgrade button and the damage upgrade button. So the second mistake is no one is like this base tower controller needs the on mouse down treatment. So basically on mouse down, which is going to be a protected virtual void so that it can get overridden if you guys need it later, is going to open the gameplay UI controllers instance and upgrade, show upgrade menu, and we have to pass in a tower, which is this tower. So now we can go ahead and hit play. And I made a mistake there too. I forgot to add this here, don't forget. Now we hit play. And we can click on that and we can upgrade the damage for our stuff. Can create a tower and we can upgrade damage for our towers. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, so remember we have this issue where, let me show you. We have this issue where if I create a tower here, I cannot create, like I can't create a tower here anymore. So what's going on is this tower's AoE, wait, whoops, this is all confusing. That tower's AoE is messing up with everything else. It's so large, so it should get ignored. how do I ignore? How do I go through it? So it has to be a raycast. But I mean, you get the basic. I think this is fine. Basically, the way you will ignore it is by shooting a ray. You would shoot a raycast, and you would ignore that collider, or just this functionality has to be in a different place, because what happens is it's taking in the huge collider for shooting. Let me show you. I'm gonna go ahead and show you in the game world itself. So this thing has a decent collider, but when we check out our turrets, our towers, we see that the collider is way larger. So basically this collider is blocking all the other colliders. So maybe I can change ignore raycast, all the children, and then what I will do is I will add, oh, I can't have two colliders. Well, I do can. So yeah, we can, let me check if I can ignore raycast with this, but do I want to? Yeah, I do want to. Okay, so yeah, you would do, I'm not gonna go deep into that, but what you would do is you would set the collider that will listen to this on mouse down to be inside the tower, but not to be the same as the shooting collider. I think I would just show you how do I do that. I think I should create a secondary collider. No. I mean, I don't think it's worth actually showcasing that. It's not that hard. So basically what you will do is have a collider inside this. So you create a, let's say, just an empty game object. We add a box collider, and we decrease the size of the collider because it's huge. So we do 0.25 by 0.25, 0.25, move it up. And so whenever you click on this, that is your cue. Well, I guess I'll do it. I'll just go ahead and do resources. So we have to set the main tower to be ignore raycast, because we don't want it to block our raycasts. And then this guy is not gonna be ignore raycast, it's gonna be default. So we go ahead and create a new script, and this guy is gonna be called fake, or rather tower interaction controller. So we want to wait a little bit. We're gonna add that here. We're gonna add, we only need a base tower controller tower, and of course this is gonna be public, so we can assign it. Then we go to our base tower controller, move this away from that into here, and we do tower. Just like this, this should work just fine. So we're gonna go ahead and create all our types of towers and add that game object to them, and save the prefab. So this is gonna be my tower interactor, I guess it's fine, and we save the prefab instance. Now we go ahead to our resources, prefabs, and we add the, towers, bound tower to the scene. We set it to be ignore raycast. I'm not sure if this will work, but it could work. So then we add the tower interactor, and I'm an idiot, I need to save this. There we go, like that. Then we return the tower interactor to its owner and add this. Now we save, and now we delete this, and we add another tower, which is the ice tower. We set it to be ignore raycast, and I forgot about something again. That's fine though. So we have our tower interactor, our tower interactor we add to the ice tower, and we save it like this. Boom, and then tower interactor should be in default. That's okay. We delete, and we will confirm that our tower interactor is in default in every object. Default, and tower interactor is default. So let's see if my I need to delete that. Delete this tower. We will check that my theory actually works. Yeah, so basically if I click before the colliders were blocking our stuff, but now not anymore. We can click here and we can increase the damage or attack speed of each tower. Oops. And you can see that I forgot to center that collider. So I'm gonna go ahead and center that collider. Click tower interaction, he's all the way over there, and I got lazy boy, he's not in the right spot, and I'm gonna move him up here, apply that, delete, it's the same for the ice tower. We're gonna move the tower interactive to the center, move it up here so that it just is just right, delete, and now our tower, or rather our base defense game, is complete. We can upgrade everything and our bug is solved. So next session is gonna be session 6, which is gonna be a recap of everything that we have done, and I will expand on some ideas to see what you guys want to do or could do to improve this game to make it into a releasable state. But this is a good proof of concept that proves that in a few hours you can set up a whole Unity game based around enemies, automatic spawning, and all that stuff. So, but I will talk more about that in the recap. So I will be right back to do our session 6, which is our recap. Thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to how to create a base defense game in Unity. This is session 6, which is recap and Q&A. So basically, if you guys have any questions you can ask, or if you need anything after you finish, if you have any ideas you want to work on, I actually will expose a few ideas to you, and during this tutorial you can go ahead and ask them through inbox if you need it. So everything's good. So we have achieved a cool game. The first thing that we did was we talked about base defense games. We scoped our project. We had some definitions. We look at this. We drew. We checked examples. Everything worked just nice. Then, and the game setup. We searched for some assets. We found these assets with awesome assets, which is level 1 monster pack, simple low poly village buildings, mage tower. And the other thing that we found was the simple UI asset that I usually use for UI in my tutorials because they are amazing. Check them out on the asset store. So then we have the Gameworld creation. We created this Gameworld. We added a skybox that we can see in the game. When the camera is farther, I will actually set up the camera better now. I will move it back a little and then back on this direction. And then I'm gonna rotate it up so we can see the beautiful background that we found on the asset store. We can see it over here. And then we set up some prefabs, some scripts. Session 3 started. We set up our headquarters, our base enemy, big and fast enemies, and then we made enemies automatic and smart. Finally, we designed the towers. We created each type of tower: arrow, bomb, and freeze. Freeze slows enemies, bombs AoE too, but deals more damage. And our arrow tower just attacks one enemy, but real fast. Basically, that's what you can do. And then session 5.1, I set up some tower upgrades. So let's see how this works. We're gonna hit play, and the enemy starts spawning. We can create towers over here with clicking on these little squares. We can upgrade the towers by clicking on them, and then we can also we can't click on this apparently, but that's fine. So basically that is it. That is what we did. So to expand on this, I would recommend to get gold, to create some gold system, to create a store. If you're gonna release it on mobile, a store is always good. All of this will work on tap, so mobile will work just fine, just correctly for this type of game. It's all good. And the other thing that you could do is create more types of enemies, create way more levels. As you know, we have this level controller set up that will allow you to set up the timings for the enemy spawns, which enemies when you want them. And yeah, basically we have a full game, full-fledged game, full-fledged prototype that with only a few more hours of work, you will be able to even commercialized. Like this is how good this tutorial series was. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and let's go and continue on learning with more videos. Check out my other tutorials. Ramon Dev here. See you guys later.